What you want? Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
You don't need much more than this. The next start, falling here as well. Decimate takes a lot of damage. He's dead as Evan picks that one up in immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus banned now. Sooner gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage and immunity. They have done it. They will go to game some. Good game, well played.
This is just the beginning of Riot's esports presence in Australia, right? We're here to stay. Stick around.
Welcome back to the Round of 8, everyone here for the Riot Autumn Regionals. My name is Place, and I'm joined with Atlas. We've got two big games coming up tonight from Groups A and Group B, and it will be their shot to qualify into Supernova. So let's go straight into it and take a look at the Group A overview.
Yeah, of course, Place. Tonight's first matchup is between Team Immunity and Little Wraith, the top seeds in Group A. Both of these teams winning in their first week and now fighting to go to the Gold Coast and compete for the top spot at the round of 4 at Supernova.
And that's going to be huge for them as well. I mean, let's take a look at how Little Wraith qualified here. They qualified through ACL as the top seed there. It was a huge event that they had to go through as well to do it. And between these two teams, it's going to be a huge match.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Immunity, they're the defending Oceanic champions of the region. Of course, went to the wildcard tournament last year at Gamescom. I mean, they're the gigantic powerhouse here in Oceania. And Little Wraith trying to unhorse them a little bit.
Yeah, and these guys have met a couple of times over the past couple of months of competitive stuff here in Oceania. They met at the November Go For All Finals, which Immunity managed to take them out, and they also met at King of the Rift in December, where Immunity managed to take Little Wraith out. So it's been to and fro between these two teams, and well, we just have to expect big stuff from this one. But let's take a look at our featured matchup here.
Yeah, of course, Place. Featured matchup is between Radier and Stars, Radier being the all-star player.
Yeah, look at that. Only 0.5 deaths for those 4.5 kills there. Lucian is the way to go with Radier as well. He's only played Lucian as well throughout his entire round of 8 experience here. They've only played one game so far, which they won. Little Wraith, though, they've played 2 matches here, and Stars, some pretty good stats there as well. That Vayne game wasn't so impressive from him, but the Caitlyn one was fantastic.
Yeah, Stars has been playing really, really well, and we've been talking about this bottom lane. BH said, used to be Trashboat playing for AD carry for Little Wraith as well, so it's interesting to see this little swap around that they've done in the bottom lane, yeah. But BHZ, or Trashboat, has been fantastic in that role regardless, played some amazing Thresh as well, really supporting Stars and leading him to those stats that we saw there before, which were quite impressive.
Yeah, and it is interesting because in February I spoke to Stars, and this was before he actually joined Little Wraith as a starter. He was still on their sub list, and he spoke to me and he said, hey, I'm really keen on being a support. This is what he liked to do, and he really had the mechanics for that. So to see this switch up and Stars coming into the AD carry is quite interesting for Little Wraith. Going to be going into Champion Select in a moment though.
Yeah, it's coming through now. The first ban going to be Caitlyn as well. So not wanted to see that one coming out from either AD carries, and Immunity going to be banning that one out when Radier does enjoy playing it. So yeah, interesting.
Taking the Caitlyn away from Stars, very strong there, but I think Immunity going to be setting up for a Lucian pick here, so maybe Little Wraith should ban it. Bans are coming out super fast, though. Zig's taken away from Keen as well.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want, and I really like the bans coming out from Immunity. They've taken away the Caitlyn and the Ziggs. It takes a lot of anti-siege and siege potential away from Little Wraith, and we've been talking about this a lot. Little Wraith love to take turrets, rotate around the map really effectively in order to take them, and defend their own objectives as well. So it's really good to take away both of those really instrumental champions for both of those strategies.
All right, so Immunity have locked in that Sivir here, not going for that Lucian that we might have expected. So Radier deviating from that one a little bit, but I like this. They've seen the previous couple of days of the regionals, seen how effective these high mobility teams with Sivir have been. They're going to lock that one in.
Yeah, they are going to do that, and they've left open the Shyvana as well. The Shyvana is a pickup possible for Immunity right now.
Yeah.
And Swiper can pick that one up. Been playing that a lot. There it is. Spook's going to be hovering over that one, and Swiffer hovering over the Ari, not sure whether that's actually going to be happening, but Shelby on that Lee Sin as well, and we've spoken about Shelby's Lee Sin.
Yeah.
It's been ridiculous. Actually led them to their victory earlier on to get them to this point.
And the thing is, the pro scene is becoming a big, I guess, feeling that when it comes to Lee Sin and Oceania, Shelby and Spooks are the guys to beat. So to see these two junglers go head-to-head in this match and then see one of them pick up that Lee Sin is awesome. It's going to be a super hyped-up jungle here, and we'll see what Spooks goes with to counter this. I think it's going to be a Shyvana in the top lane, but Swiffer, he's still looking for a mid pick here. What's he going for, Atlas?
Yeah, well, we're not entirely sure because Swiffer can play everything. The one thing that I'm a little bit worried about is the fact that LeBlanc is available. LeBlanc and, of course, Nidalee as well were the two champions that Swiffer did play last week, and wow, he did some incredible things on both of those champions. So look to see either of them being picked up. I wouldn't see any reason why he wouldn't pick these champions. I mean, they're both fantastic in their own right, so we'll see whether he decides to go for it.
All right, so it's going to be the Annie lock-in, though, for Rosie, and this was something that was taken away from him in their first match against Optic Snipers last Monday, and, well, I guess Monday last week, I should say, and we talked about how Rosie really likes his Annie pick, so he's got that. It's going to be strong. Next two pickups, though, for Little Wraith, the Mundo and the Jinx.
Yeah, Mundo's an interesting decision here because you don't have all that much kill pressure on Swiper on that Shyvana in the early game. I mean, Mundo likes to scale into it by about, you know, level 11 or so. That Mundo is going to be gigantic if he's managed to keep up in that lane, keep relatively even on CS and not die too many times.
Yeah.
So if Swiper gets too far ahead, though, it's going to be very, very dangerous. And Immunity, just so powerful as a team, it's going to be really hard with a potentially losing top lane pick already on the side of Little Wraith.
And this is the thing as well. Little Wraith are going for a very strong early game team for the rest of the pickups here. Vi would be an interesting one for Spooks if he locks that in. And Radio hovering that LeBlanc there from Swiffer as well. Couple of ideas. Evelyn hover as well, and Spooks is one of those guys, as well as Zahi, that plays a lot of that Evelyn, so I'd like to see this one locked in. Some interesting picks from both of these teams.
Yeah, really interesting. That Evelyn also does some amazing work with On the Hunt as well. You can really get up into people's faces. She'll have two different ways of getting movement speed boosted as well with that W on Evelyn. So he's going to be able to run in and really get that Agony's Embrace at exactly the right position, slow everyone down, have a gigantic shield. And if he's been building like a lot of the Evelyns have been recently, where they'll go Randuins and Banshees on top of that Lizard Elder item for the jungle, that's going to be a fantastic force in the front line, and it's going to be really hard for them to get through both Shyvana and Evelyn.
Yeah, and I'd expect Spooks to be playing that way on that Evelyn. He really likes that flanking move as Evelyn, where you don't position at the front of your team. Instead, you come around the back and you gank from behind with that ultimate to slow everyone down. And he needs to be tanky to pull something like that off, and it works so well with Swiffer as well, with the follow-up damage on LeBlanc. So this is going to be a super interesting one for Immunity, how they play it out in that middle game here. And the Nami is the last pick for Little Wraith.
Oh, wow. And this bottom lane is very, very volatile on the side of Little Wraith. They've seen the fact that there's a Sivir pickup, not that strong as a laner. Sivir really loves to be in those team fights in the later sides of the game where she can be popping that On the Hunt, really getting her team in there. I mean, of course, the Boomerang does a lot of damage, but Jinx is going to outrange Sivir by so much. Those rockets are really going to be coming in from a long way away. And if one of these bubbles lands on the side of Little Wraith, they're going to get those chompers down, the zaps are going to be coming through, it's going to be heaps and heaps of damage onto this bottom lane, so it's going to be very hard.
I don't know if I agree, though. I think Sivir is going to have the advantage here with the Spell Shield to block those bubbles, and then the damage from Boomerang onto a Nami is going to be incredible here. You've got to remember as well, Rosie is going to be spamming out these stuns as well, so perhaps it might be a closer lane than we might expect. I think the late game, though, you're definitely right. Jinx will have, in the hyper late game, a much better advantage there with that range. But mid-game, probably the Sivir will be having that leverage anyway.
As soon as that level 6 does come through, if they're going to have any skirmishes with quite a few people, I mean, that On the Hunt is going to be invaluable in those situations. But if they manage to catch someone out, an Explosive Cask is fantastic for getting people low. And on top of Super Mega Death Rocket, I mean, if they get someone low, Jinx manages to get a reset and gets excited, I mean, that can snowball a teamfight out of control. And you've got Colo in that top lane on that Mundo with the teleport as well. I mean, we could be expecting Little Wraith to really try and go for those early Dragon engages.
Yeah, and I would expect that as well. Immunity had really good Dragon control last week on Monday when they played Optic Snipers, so Little Wraith are going to know that, and they're going to try and play that objective against Immunity, try and get that one up early on. And historically, Little Wraith have been a very good objective-based team. They've had a lot of roster swaps since we first saw them back in November of last year. You know, Stars is a new member here, their mid laner as well, Keen is new, but they've still always lived up to that historical play style of high objective play and high ganking pressure, and that's why they picked a big early game team comp here, because it favors that style of play.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, I like the pickup on the side of Immunity against it, and it's going to be really, really hard for Kian in that mid lane. I mean, LeBlanc against Gragas. Gragas is very strong early. I mean, his body slam's taken a slight nerf, but LeBlanc is just so powerful and so slippery as well, just able to get in and out, and the ganks from Chelby, from Lee Sin, are going to be a lot more difficult to pull off just because LeBlanc is so naturally slippery in that middle lane.
Yeah, and I think a big thing to remember here as well is Chelby, as you mentioned, because he's going to be able to focus a bit of attention on that mid lane. Colo is such a staple for a Little Wraith here. He used to be known as Porky, and he's one of those top laners who you can just put up there and rely on him to do well. He's going to be able to go even regardless. He's not going to need much jungle attention, and on Mundo is going to be fairly safe nonetheless. So Chelby, I'd expect him to be ganking mid lane a lot here and try and pull Swiffer down, because, you know, Swiffer, when it comes to, I guess, the status of these players as individuals, he's got to be one of the best AP mids in the region.
Well, there's a reason why he was picked up after Heavens did leave the team. Swiffer is ridiculous, and he actually against Team Immunity, when he was playing on Exile 5 Eclipse back in PAX, when they did qualify, they managed to take a game off them, or Swiffer managed to play incredibly well on a Kassadin at PAX. I mean, in this high-pressure situation, I think he went 17 kills, and one of the only reasons why they lost that game was because he missed a Zhonya's in the Baron pit, and it was just this amazing moment for Oceanic Esports, and now he's part of the team. So it's sort of like they've taken what was their one big rival and merged with it. And they've made this super immunity that's just incredible at the moment.
And a lot of these immunity players are actually on a former team together, the Chiefs, and even further back, they've been on a lot of different teams here. And I mean, the Chiefs, which comprised of, I think, Spooks and a couple other members, they actually tried to qualify into the first spring split of LCS, but when everyone realized that their ping was 250, some questions were asked, and they were unfortunately disqualified. But that just shows you the eagerness of these players to get into the pro scene. And now that it's lighting up here with the regionals, they're having a shot at that, and I love it.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. I actually never knew that they tried to get in there with that Chiefs team. I mean, I guess you got to give it a shot if you can. It's just a little bit harder to qualify when you do have 200 ping, I could imagine.
Yeah, so let's talk about the jungles here, though, because these two guys, Spooks and Chelby, are huge domination forces here. We saw Chelby pick up the Lee Sin before Spooks had an opportunity to grab that for himself, and we know how much these guys both love that Lee Sin. So what are we expecting now with Chelby getting that and with the Vi pickup on Spooks?
With the Evelyn
pickup, rather. Yep.
Yeah, well, Evelyn's also an early game focused jungler. I mean, you can get past all of those wards that aren't the vision wards. Not going to be very many of those pink wards coming out early on in this game as well. So he's going to have a lot more ability to rotate around that map. Little Wraith also will need to change their warding strategy a little bit against this Evelyn, possibly purchasing a few more pink wards and possibly some more really deep wards in the enemy jungle just to find out where Vi is going to be going. The thing is, they do have Chelby on that Lee Sin, who is just known for really invading the enemy jungle and getting in the faces of everyone.
But there we go. Game one's coming right up. Let's get into it. All right, we're back, but just kidding. There's a pause real quick. So let's just talk about a little bit more of this matchup. Let's look at the history, though, because the first time these guys met was back in November of last year, the Go For LOL monthly finals, and it was a huge event. Thousands of people tuned in to watch this one as well, and they went head-to-head in a best-of-3, where Little Wraith managed to take out Immunity.
Yeah, and that's a massive historical moment as well, because Immunity have been the forefront of Oceania gaming for so long. They've really been the titans here in Oceania, and Little Wraith coming through the relatively brand new team had just some really strong players on it and took Immunity by surprise. And I really think that it's fantastic for the scene to be able to put some pressure on Immunity and really make them rethink and recalculate the caliber of the teams here in Oceania.
All right, so let's get into the game and see what they're going to bring to the table here. 5-man defense looks like the play from Immunity.
Little Wraith are slightly more grouped. This is exciting, place.
Yeah, I've got another idea for this one. We'll see. I'm already excited. I love level 1 plays.
That's true. Is Spooks going to be able to come around this corner and see them without being spotted himself, though? Because that could be the danger here for him. If he does get seen by this enemy team and an Aqua Prison comes out, Spooks could be in a lot of trouble.
He's pretty close to that vision range, if not just in it. We'll take a look.
Oh, he
Nice.
can
You
see
see
them.
them.
He
There we
can
go.
see them.
So a little bit anticlimactic there. Little Wraith think they're being all sneaky. Little do they know, there is a Spooks.
Yeah, they're probably hearing this weird, unbodied laughter coming from the river. Just confused about where it's coming from, but that's going to mean Immunity know exactly what's going on, and they're just going to form up their defense here and stop any funny business from going on.
Alrighty, so the question is, are Immunity going to try and make a play off this? They've got a little advantage here in the sense that they got the vision down, so perhaps they're going to invade this blue buff. It looks like that's what they're going for. Radia is going to head over there. Rest of his team as well.
That's very, very interesting because Little Wraith have almost spotted this out. They have a ward already at their own blue buff.
Well, here we go. It's going to be a 3-man split for Little Wraith as well. They're going to try and go for a blue tray here. Are they going to be able to pick anything up off it? Don't know.
Well, it seems pretty interesting because both teams now going for a blue invade. So it's like they're going to trade their buffs and then do more of a vertical jungle path going across the river to pick up their respective red buffs. So no real advantages being formed here, just interesting tactics being used, not wanting to actually try and go for anything. And a lane swap here coming out for Little Wraith. They do not want to go against the combination of Rosie and Radia, and they're just going to switch it up to the top lane. And Swiper going to have the pressure really put down on him, as well as Colo in that bottom lane on that Mundo.
Yeah, this is interesting here because I feel both of these, well, what would have been top laners are really good in these 2v1s. What I think they're looking for here, and I don't know if it's going to work for Little Wraith, because Swiffer on that assassin in the mid is going to be able to use that 2v1 to his advantage and perhaps go for a 4v1 dive with his jungler onto that bottom lane here. So Little Wraith have sparked this, but I think it might actually work against them.
Well, that's the thing as well, and they're giving up so much dragon control by putting 2 people in that top lane as well, and Immunity love going for that dragon, and it's really going to help them gold-wise in the early stages of this game. Plus, considering the fact that we have had a slight update to how turrets work, the bottom turret is going to be a little bit weaker than that top turret after this the Season 4 patch where that was changed, just to avoid these lane swap situations. So we'll see whether this does work out, and Spooks is already in this bottom lane wanting to put pressure down.
So there we go, Colo going to take a little bit of damage. No stun there for Rosie, unfortunately. Missed that Incinerate.
Yeah, it does have it available now, though, so just hadn't actually got that one up. Wanted to do the 1-2 punch, as it were.
Okay, so Chelby right here needs to make a choice. Is he going to be farming to try and build a big lead over Spooks, who is currently not farming his jungle because he's leeching that bottom lane experience? Or is Chelby going to go for some counter ganks here? And I think that's a big question. Right now, he's posturing for that gank.
Yeah, I think he wants to come down and help Colo out because he knows that there's potential for that weaker early Mundo to be going down to the 3-man dive here in the early game. So we'll see whether... Yeah, there he is. He's just going to be offering his assistance and safeguarding around.
And that's one of the big things. I mean, Chelby, as Lee Sin, offers a lot of that wave clear with the Tempest and can really get down there to help his solo laner. So that's a big advantage there, I guess, for Little Wraith. He's going to be able to help out his circles. Keen's going to take a bit of damage there. Chains just coming out, but Keen forced a flash already.
Yeah, Rosie in trouble here as well down the bottom lane.
Oh, lots of damage coming out. Rosie going to flash. Oh, the response from Chelby goes for it and gets the first blood. Little Wraith opening this one strongly. Chelb needs to be careful right here. Radia looking for a turnaround. Won't find it. So Colo going to try and chase him down. Spell Shield has worn off. Won't be able to keep going. That's going to be a 1-kill advantage for Little Wraith.
Very nice there in the bottom lane. Immunity just getting a little bit overexcited without Spooks' help. In the top lane, there is a bit of action as well, but
oh man,
not going to be netting anything. So aggressive here in the early sides of this game, and it's really looking good here on the side of Little Wraith.
Uh-oh, Radia's in trouble. Follow from Chelby. Gets it at max range with that Tempest. Wow.
That was absolutely max range place. That was... You could not get any further away with that Tempest, and really,
that's
really
what max
nice
range means.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But, you know, you often say max range, and it's not actually there. This time it definitely was. 2 kills now for Chelby, and this is exactly the start he wants, and we know how aggressive he can get on that Lee Sin as well. This is incredibly exciting.
And you know both of these teams are top of the ranks here when it comes to the regionals, because look at this, a lane swap to open out this game, super aggressive early game. These guys have plans, and they're looking to carry them out perfectly right here. Both of these teams having some good showing, but it's Little Wraith pulling out with that early lead.
Yeah, and 5.5 minutes into this game, they take down that top turret, so they're going to be able to rotate their top lane duo into that bottom lane, and then they will have equal pressure on that dragon as well, because Immunity haven't taken advantage of that, and that tower's gone down really early on. That's really brilliant play coming out from Little Wraith so far.
Yeah, so how are they going to go in this bottom lane with that switch now?
Of course, they do have the level advantage now in the bottom lane, so they've taken out the turret, got that level advantage, and they're going to be coming down. Radier's already died, as has Rosie, and in the bottom lane as well, there's almost a 10 CS gap as well, and the Vampiric Scepter coming through on to Stars on that Jinx is going to have also the sustain advantage in that bottom lane.
Wow, so we're going to have to watch to see how this unfolds. Chelby as well, looking to put a lot of pressure down here. And it's kind of what we expected. We talked about how at least Colo for him is going to be a big staple, but so far he's actually paid a lot of attention to him.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see what's going on. Of course, the level gap has been shifted here. Radier and Rosie managing to find a little bit of time in this lane without response, but Radier's taking a lot of damage from these rockets.
So, just a bit of harass for these guys. I feel it's going to slow down a little bit here. Stars and BHZ mostly looking just to make sure their tower stays up in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and they've kept the gold lead a little bit stagnant here as well. So Immunity really regrouping and trying to make sure that they don't let this game snowball out of control. Swiper is definitely doing well here, and that's what you were saying before about that spell shield in that bottom lane, managing to get rid of that Tidecall's Blessing. But now Chelby, with that 2-kill lead, a lot more money, has that Sidestone already as well as starting up that Dragon.
And this is a great play from him as well. They're going to be able to get that early game objective lead over Immunity, who are otherwise one of the stronger teams here at the regionals for that. So Little Wraith opening up pretty well.
Really, really strong start here. Almost 2,000 gold at 7.5 minutes into this game. Little Wraith really showing that they want to come out of the gates really strong in this matchup when they, let's be honest, were not the favorites to win this game. So far looking fantastic.
And Immunity are one of those teams that's going to be hard to research, so it does look like Little Wraith have invested a lot of time into researching this matchup to figure out the early plays from Immunity and see what they can do against it right here. Because they did a fantastic job as well in the early rotations. The positioning of Chelby really opened up this game well for Little Wraith.
Yeah, it really did, and they took a little bit of a gamble with this lane swap because they needed to get that top turret really early, but it paid off so well. They knew exactly what they had to do, and they did it. They got the Dragon as well, so this is going to be brilliant news for them going into the mid game. That being said, Immunity known for being able to just to turn it on when it hits about that 15-minute mark.
And the thing is, that gamble, as you just mentioned, was only going to go against Little Wraith if they let Swiffer scale to the point where he could start to gank that solo laner. And Little Wraith came out so explosively here using Chelby on Lee Sin that I guess, drawback never had a chance to open up here. So that's a really big positive for Little Wraith there. And we're going to have to see what Swiffer does here. I mean, come that 15-minute mark where he's looking like he's going to go for some ganks, it's going to be really important for him not to mess up at all.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he does have the CS lead. The mid lane being very, very quiet. I mean, there's been some slight attempted ganks here on the side of Spooks, but Shelby's left it relatively alone, knowing that that distortion's just too strong in a gank situation. Just not going to be very easy to lock that LeBlanc down, but it is on Swiffer to make some moves. You're exactly right.
And I think the thing is as well, with Rosie on that Annie, you can set up a lot of kills in this bottom lane. There's not much Stars and BHZ can do to get away once that stun goes down. So it's going to be important for Swiffer. And look at that, the follow-up. Chelby's there as well. Rosie, oh, he's just going to get dunked in this bottom lane. Wow, great catch from BHZ.
Really brilliant. That Aqua Prison straight into the Flame Chompers as well. And Rosie just had nowhere that he could go. Of course, the Sonic Wave coming down on top of him, but Stars getting the kill. Shelby letting him have that one just to try and get this Jinx scaling into this game. Really intelligent play on the side of Little Wraith.
Yeah, there's a small gank as well from Spooks in the middle lane there, but 3 members of Little Wraith still pushing this bottom lane. Tide, the ultimate coming out, going to be spell shielded there. On the hunt, popped as well. Wow, Chelby's going for it. Level 6 to level 7 as well. Looks for the insect, won't finds it, and unfortunately kicks him out of that ultimate from Stars. Here we go, those Spooks trying to turn it around. BHZ, oh, he's going to take tower aggro. That's not good for him. He will go down to the tower there, and Spooks picks up a kill. Can Stars survive this as well? Swiffer just towering over him, and it's Radier. He picks it up with the auto attack. Great turnaround from Immunity.
Managing to get that auto attack off just before the flash comes through. That was so clutch. And Immunity turning it around. I mean, I think this is an example of Little Wraith just getting a little bit overexcited and trying to push their advantage a little bit too much. That Super Mega Death Rocket was so incredibly close, but that forced them to overextend, and Immunity just pounced in on them. And Immunity, you can't give them that window. You can't be that little bit too aggressive because they will destroy you for it.
And that little window was a small mechanical fault from Chelby. Accidentally didn't use that W to that minion. But look at this. Plays by Swiffer in this middle lane, just juking all around Keen don't think he took a single packet of damage other than that body slam right there.
Yeah, really nice. Swiffer is just so good on this LeBlanc, and I'm really surprised that Little Wraith actually left this one available. They focused a lot of bans away from him and sort of let Swiffer have whichever pick that he wanted, apart from that Cassidon, of course, which has been pretty much perma-banned throughout this entire tournament.
I think a lot of Little Wraith's bans went into setting up this early game for him, so they invested a lot into that plan for the 2v1, and it paid off, so I guess it's a successful pick and ban phase for Little Wraith in that regard, but of course, leaving that LeBlanc open is interesting because Swiffer, he's picked up an assist there in the bottom lane, and he's looking strong into this mid game now.
Yeah, and what we've really got to see coming out of Little Wraith is it's very easy to plan your early game strategy, but have they got the plan to back it up in this mid to late game section? I mean, this is where Immunity really, really becomes strong, and Little Wraith have to have an answer for this stage of the game as well.
Yeah, and I guess that's the interesting thing. Here we go, though. Immunity. Wow, great tip is onto Stars. He is just going to get melted right there. Wow.
That was incredible. So much damage and so quickly as well. That stun came through, and before the stun had worn off, Stars was dead.
Definition of get wrecked right there. Bot tower. Uh-oh.
Oh, the double.
Won't be able to follow up, though. Chelby not quite able to get in there, but Radia fairly low, actually. Chelby might get a kill if he wants to go for it, but they're going to have to play it safe.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice double Aqua Prison there, and Radia took a couple of tower hits, but didn't seem too worried about it, to be honest.
Well, looks like the tower will go down here, though.
Another double!
Oh, great mechanics from BHZ right now. Formerly the AD carry for his team as well, so...
Now we can see why he's been moved to support. I mean, this is some phenomenal Nami mechanics so far.
Wow. Great stuff to see from BHZ as well.
Yeah, this mid lane is so weird, though, for a LeBlanc lane, because LeBlanc normally so aggressive. Oh, just missing on that one.
Shelby can't quite go in. Had to safeguard out. Zap going to miss as well. It's a 3v3 in this bottom lane. We're seeing some crazy stuff happening in this game so far.
It's almost like a tri-lane here in this bottom lane. I mean, so much jungler focus has been on this duo, regardless of where they are. Agony's his brace.
Oh, that's bad news for BHZ. Caught up huge right there. Will go down. Spooks finds the kill. Star's going to run as well. And that's just it. If BHZ or Stars gets caught, there's not much they can do to get away from it.
And Radia, with that BF sword, is starting to do so much damage with that boomerang blade. It came through and just chunked BHZ's health out. And because BHZ has gone for that chalice of the chalice of harmony for the mana regen, has a little bit of magic resist, but no armor.
Yeah, and what a perfect rotation here from Immunity. Right as that dragon spawns, after picking up the kill on BHZ, they're going to grab that dragon.
Yeah, and a cute little distortion out of the way here too.
Will Chelby go for it? Dragon's fairly low. Spooks is low as well. Both of them have Smite. Are they going to fight for it? Oh, they're going to engage. Keen goes for Radia. Smite will go to Spooks. The explosive cast doesn't hit Spooks either, but Radia gets cleaned up. Keen melting that one, but the rest of Immunity collapse onto Chelby. Take him out. Oh, wow. Super Nega Death Rocket. Almost takes out another kill. Here's the wave. Oh, that almost caught Swiffer as well. Huge fight there for both of these teams. Who came out ahead?
Well, the Dragon, it went 1-for-1, and the Dragon went to Immunity, so they've come out a little bit ahead on this one. The gold is now ahead for Immunity, so they picked up that Dragon, got themselves 1,000 gold in the lead. Really, really nice play coming out of Little Wraith, though, in order to try and stave that one off, and Radia did go down. Kian did pick up that kill as well, so he's now 1-0-0 on that Gragas. Even CS as well in this middle lane against Swiffer. So really, really nice play out of him. And we've really got to see a little bit more action coming out from that Gragas because he's so dominant in those team fights with that explosive cask. If he can get going, that's going to be massive for Little Wraith.
Uh-oh, BHZ, look at that. Forced to flash. Okay, that was a little bit...
Not sure whether forced is the right word, but he did flash.
He did. I think it was a bit of a flinch maybe by BHZ, or perhaps was scared of Rosie flashing, but of course, Rosie's flash was down.
Yeah, I mean... And Annie is always terrifying. If that stuns up, I mean, you could potentially die. It might have been a little bit too eager to flash there by BHZ, but not wanting to take any unnecessary risks. And you've got to be like that, especially against a player like Rosie, who is so capable of just going on you at any stage.
So, here we go. Chelby looking for some harass in that top lane. Not going to find much at all. Top lane really has been an island, though, since the end of that 2v1 phase.
Yeah, there is a 2v2 situation here as well, though.
Colo and Chelby against Swiper and Spooks. Chelby already taking a lot of damage. Forced a Dragon's Rage and Flash, so Spooks is happy to just DPS down here onto Colo. Good rotation from IM. No kills here, but they gather pressure in the top lane.
Yeah, and the Stadium was popped there as well. Colo not looking like he's going to be dying anytime soon. BHZ liking his chances against Radia here, who's now on his own. Nice dodge of that Aquatism.
So, Immunity will grab this top tower. 5-4 and 2-2 in these towers as well. Uh-oh, BH, they're taking a lot of damage. Radia pops the hunt as well. Stars looks for the kill, won't find it. A great flash by Radia. And what a pause as well. Oh, man.
Pauses it out just as that Super Mega Death Rocket is definitely going to miss. We know exactly where that is, and it's just a little bit wide of Radia, but nice attempt there by Stars, but really inappropriate.
If I was Radia and I still had Flash, I'd totally be flashing into it.
Just preparing your F button, just smashing it down. Oh man, my goodness.
What a case of dramatic irony right there.
I don't know if
the viewers saw any part of that pause right there, but we can see it on our screen, so oh man.
Oh wow, that just really was not the opportune timing place for an actual for a pause there, but it came through nonetheless, and we've got this this Super Mega Death Rocket just to the left of Radia on our screen, which is quite amusing, and hopefully we can try and get a picture of it sometime.
And a bit of a cooler right here as well for the game. We can just take a step back and say, wow, what's been going on? The score is 5-4 at this 15-minute mark. Gold lead is now in the favor of Immunity by about 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
And the towers are even as well. So let's do a recap of what we've seen in this 15 minutes, because it's been a pretty big 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's been really, really amazing. And the thing is about this game is it's so calculated. Little Wraith had the early game down pat. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, came through with that lane swap. Then there was that a little bit of a dive onto by Shelby in that bottom lane that's really allowed Immunity to come back through. They managed to pick up a dragon on the back of that momentum as well. So the game's so much closer, but Stars so close.
I don't know how this happened, but there it is. Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, how did that unfold? Didn't see it coming at all right there, but Keen picks himself up his second kill of the game now.
Yeah, meanwhile in the middle lane though,
Shelby going to take a bit of damage. Nice safeguard away to that ward. Great mechanics there, just getting those wards out and jumping really quickly.
Yeah, making sure that he's not in trouble at all from the burst damage coming out of Swiffer potentially. And Immunity doing well to add pressure here to the mid lane and stop their inner turret in the bottom lane from going down.
Alrighty, so now 5-5. They've cleaned up that stat as well, so the game looking even closer now for Immunity and Little Wraith. What's the next play, though? Little Wraith's early game starting to come to a close. We're past that 15-minute mark where Swiffer, we talked about, would be starting to scale up. So what are we seeing?
Well, now Swiffer is at about the maximum potential for that LeBlanc. I mean, this is when he really wants to be making his moves and putting the pressure down on this map. And I mean, Swiper is going to start falling off against this Dr. Mundo. Mundo doing fine in that top lane. Actually ahead in farm now against Swiper, which is very dangerous for a Shyvana.
Oh, that was a great little flick from Swiffer as well. W's to dodge out, jumps back to take out that ward. But here we go. Combo coming out into Keen, not really doing too much damage right there. So
yeah.
Swiffer, I think that was a bit of a damage check, but here's the tidal wave. Who will catch? Nice spell shield from Radia.
Yeah, Radia just going to get all of his mana back from that one as well. But a nice rotation around for Little Wraith here, picking up the middle lane turret, putting themselves ahead in that gold and in that map pressure advantage as well. That middle lane turret being so incredibly good for getting that map control. I mean, you have so many more entrances into the enemy jungle as well from that. So really, really good news. And it seemed to me like it was a little bit of a lapse in judgment by Immunity because they weren't there to defend. And it was just 3 people coming through, finishing off that turret, and then it was done.
Yeah.
No response.
I think the thing I'm loving most about this game so far, Atlas, is when we watch the pro scene here in Oceania, we do see great communication. We see fantastic fights with good coordination, but this game has been, I guess, a level above that. We've seen switches flicked all through the game where they've just said, hey, this is our strategy, we're doing it. And then in 5 minutes, they flip that switch and they say, okay, new strategy, let's do it. And the whole team is responding to it. The 2v1 at the start of the game was a great example of that. We saw them transition into objective play for the Dragons, and now we're seeing them transition into teamfight play for this mid-game here, and it's an excellent show of team play strategy.
Yeah, it's really true, and this is the difference between a professional team and just a regular team when you're mucking around with your mates. They've got solid strategies formed before the matches come out, and they know exactly where they want to be putting pressure at different times of the game, and it's really good to see that the fact that they've been executing them and doing them right as well. I mean, Little Wraith in the early game were fantastic, and Immunity said, okay, we've got to defend this. We've got to make sure that we don't fall even further behind. So they played defensive. They waited for Little Wraith to get a little bit overexcited and then pounced on it, and they made sure that they capitalized.
And the thing I like, too, about that is that Little Wraith have identified their strengths, their historic strengths of objective play and early rotations, and they've kind of sat down, wrote up a plan that really fits with those strengths, and then they put it to play here against Immunity. And I feel that's why they've had such a strong showing early on. But we're at this stage where Immunity's plan is starting to come into full force here.
Yeah, Immunity's really starting to look strong, and I mean, this is the time when they've got to group up and actually fight for this. The Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes. I could see this is potentially a place where they'd want to fight, but it's going to be a much harder for Little Wraith to pressure these turrets when they have to go so much further into the side of the map that Immunity live in. So it's going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, and I mean, Little Wraith do have some wards down earlier on, so they're holding that control for now, but a minute 40 in terms of this game is quite a long time, considering how quickly this one's starting to unfold here, but we'll see.
Yeah, we certainly shall. Stars now having 1 kill and 2 assists to his name, does have that Bloodthirster finished off, and only behind Radier by 1 Brawler's Glove. So the AD carries on both these sides are so close.
I would love to see that crit chance make the difference.
Well, it can certainly do it in a lot of top lane matchups. People often opt to go for that 1 crit rune just in case.
Just in case. Gangplank with the parley just shoots you.
Yep.
I'd love to see that, but another pause. Going for the bot tower, though, so that's a little bit more interesting than last time.
Yeah, and this is Little Wraith continuing their style. They're going to be moving around the map, trying to pick up as many turrets as possible, and there's 5 people now in this bottom lane as well, and Immunity really has to respond, and everyone is grouped down there as well. So it's good to see that they're trying to defend it, but this is going down really quickly, and Immunity is going to have to step on the gas and actually start a fight if they want to defend this.
And, you know, this is really reminiscent of when I saw them back in November when they first played against Immunity. They opened up game 1, looked a bit scary for them. Very good early game pressure as well. As we say, they like their early game rotations. But Immunity kind of really had the leg up in teamfights just from sheer experience. We're talking about a team of Little Wraith that had really only been together for about a month. So
yeah,
this game is looking like it may unfold that way as well. We have to wait and see because we're not far into the mid-game to really make that judgment call yet. But the early game rotations are, again, fantastic from Little Wraith here. And Immunity, can they step it up for these team fights? What do you think about that?
Well, Immunity have always been a team that's fantastic at team fights. I like to liken them a little bit to the side of Gambit Gaming, where basically at any point, doesn't matter how far behind they are, they're able to communicate amazingly well in these team fights, and everyone is scared to team fight against them.
Yeah, that's really true.
Yeah, and they're just one of those teams that are really formidable in that case, but if they fall too far behind, it's just going to not mean enough. And Little Wraith have really shown that it's not the same team that had just gathered together and tried to take on the big dogs. I mean, they've been together for quite some time now. Yeah. And as we can see, they've formulated these strategies and they know what they can do as a team. They know what their strengths are personally, and they're really executing it this game. So I can't call it. It's just been so close so far.
Yeah, and I mean, Little Wraith's roster has had a couple of changes, though. I mean, they've been together the team's been around since a couple months. So, but in February, you know, they had those roster swaps. Charlie 101, their former support, left, while Joshy left as well for various reasons, you know, lifestyle changes or whatever, joining new teams, that kind of stuff. But the 2 new members, Stars and Kian as well, or Kian also known as Little Dopper, also known as a couple other names, has a lot of Smurfs. He was always a superstar in this scene. You know, we've seen him pick up stuff like AP Corky, do really well on it as well. So, I mean, Little Wraith have definitely always had a strong roster, and there's never been a point in their history where they've struggled. I mean, they tried to qualify and go for all 35, which was right after those roster swaps of Wild Joshy and Charlie, and they didn't qualify there. They qualified in the next one, ACL, but they still had a fantastic showing. So Little Wraith have always had a formidable roster.
Yeah, they've always been really strong, but they have struggled to have that really consistent roster over this period of time. And I think that this roster that they have currently has been around for enough time to really formulate and get together and understand each other, so they know what their strengths are and they can play to those, which has been fantastic to see. And Colo as well in this top lane has been so solid, and especially this game. I mean, he's even on CS, even an assist up on a Shyvana, which normally in that matchup, Shyvana just walks all over him. Of course, the lane swaps made it a little bit more difficult, but that went slightly in the advantage of Swiper, and Colo's managed to come back and really just even out that lane. So really impressive work by him.
Yeah, and it's what we would expect. I mean, Colo is one of the original members from Little Wraith here. Actually came from Garena as well, from Southeast Asia. So a big player as well. Had a lot of experience now as well with the team. So I guess we'd expect Colo to be a bit of a staple for his team up there in the top lane. But I do like the integration of the rest of Little Wraith's, I guess, changes that happened in February. Stars was a sub, so, I mean, he obviously got along with the team and had some experience with them before as well. And we're back into the game. Fight going to break out. Spooks takes a bunch of damage. Little Wraith look like they want to evacuate from this. Great Tibbers! Lands onto 3 members, and Little Wraith respond with a Gragas ultimate. Can they pick up the kills? It's 1 death already for Little Wraith, and they're on the run. The filthy damage from Immunity as well. Swiffer goes for it onto Colo, won't find it, and wow. That was a great way to come out of a pause from Immunity. They pick
That
up a
was
kill.
ridiculous. Yeah, and everyone just blowing everything. There are no ultimates available apart from the Dragon's Descent, which isn't actually available on the side of Swiper because it's never actually off cooldown because it's based on that Fury. So everyone using everything they had. Immunity coming out 1 for nothing, but that fight could have gone either way. That was insane. So many blinking red health bars, and this shows exactly the point in this game that we are. I mean, either team can win these fights.
Yeah. So how did that happen, I guess, is what a lot of people are asking, because we did have a bit of a pause.
Yeah, well, how did it happen? Well, they were sieging down on the bottom inner turret, and Immunity just collapsed in on top of them and really tried to start this fight off. And of course, Swiper comes in with the Dragon's Descent. The Agony's Embrace was really what started it, and Spook slowing everyone down, and then you've got On the Hunt so Immunity can try and chase up. And the reason it was so close is because the explosive cast was so perfect.
Okay, so this Dragon fight, Little Wraith going for it. They have this advantage here because they have the flashes on the champions they need. Nami has a flash to save Stars if Stars gets in trouble, and Kian has flash as well. So that's what we saw. Good trade, though, from Immunity. Tidal Wave going to come through. Doesn't catch anyone. Oh, explosive cast as well. Only hits onto 1, so Little Wraith need to be careful what they want to do here. 2 big ultimates used already.
Yeah, Tidal Wave and Explosive Cast, perfect use of that Spell Shield by Radia, just nullifying that whole ultimate. Brilliant work, and actually staved off that attack. And Immunity are going to be really happy with this trade. They lost out on the Dragon, but they took down the middle lane turret, which turret for Dragon, I mean, arguable. You'll get a little bit more gold from the Dragon, but the mid lane turret will give you a lot more map control. So Immunity's going to be happy with this and evened out the gold almost completely. This game is on a knife edge.
Yeah, it's one thriller of a match here. And of course, one team at the end of this series will qualify into Supernova, so a lot is on the line for these guys. Of course, if you don't manage to win this series, you still have another shot, but you're looking at a lower seed if that's the case. So I guess these guys really want that #1 seed for the best chance when they go to the Gold Coast for Supernova.
And you also don't want to put yourself in that position where you're fighting for your life as well. I mean, this is a lot more comfortable, and if you win here, you don't need to worry about that massive amount of pressure that's going to be on you if you could be relegated for the fight. So there's a lot on the line here as well.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I mean, we talked to Frenetic Array after they qualified. First team to qualify other than Immunity, and they will kind of mention how much they enjoyed being one of those early teams right there. Shelby as well gets a bit of a tickle from Swiffer, but, you know, Frenetic Array did enjoy being that first qualifying team, so they had time off to research their opponents, develop strategy, and in a sense remain a bit hidden and keep some of their strategies away from the spotlight.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And the thing with it as well is that you're a little bit more comfortable, and it gives you a lot of time to, as you say, prepare and get in the right mindset for it. You can just sit back and scrim and make sure you're getting as much practice as possible without stressing over these tournaments that you have to win in order to get in.
All right, so let's take a look at these wards now in the bottom side jungle there for Immunity.
Yeah, Immunity have so many down on this Dragon side, and I think that they were put down just before the Dragon came through because there's no Dragon here available. Not going to be up for another about 4 or 5 minutes. And oh wow, Swiffer getting very deep under that turret. Zap coming through, not going to be able to find him.
Yeah, just getting a little bit excited there, but that's what you've got to do. I mean, use this time in the game. You know, Swiffer is at his high point, at mid-game where a LeBlanc is super strong. Kind of wants to take advantage of that as much as he can.
Yeah, and Swiffer going for this Athene's Unholy Grail build as well. I mean, a lot of there are almost 2 schools of thought on this LeBlanc at the moment, where you go for the Athenes and then you go for the hard shove. You want to just stay in that lane and try and shove it out with your distortion, get all of that cooldown reduction so that you can spam that ability as much as possible. It's like the safe option, or you can go for the DFG. But this time, Swiffer has decided to go for this Athenes, and it's working out because they are managing to keep control over these lanes.
Yeah, and I think the Athenes was a respect pick for Keen as well. I mean, against that Karagas, want to get some magic resist so he doesn't get taken out. And when we looked at the early game as well, I mean, Swiffer came out with a 20 CS lead as well once we entered that 15-minute mark. And I felt that that was Keen playing respectfully of Swiffer, being a little bit more safe in his approach to that lane. So it's definitely interesting to see how these players are responding to each other in this mid matchup.
Yeah, but now Keen, of course, is pulled ahead by about 20 CS, does have that needlessly large rod advantage now on Swiffer, has picked that one up. So these barrels and casks are going to be doing so much damage when they come out on top of this Immunity team. And if Kian lands that explosive cask at the right spot in these team fights, that could turn everything around. So look for him and look for that ability in these fights as they do unfold.
Alrighty here, so Ward's going to go down from Immunity, just on cleanup duty right now. We're at that kind of passive stage of the game where everyone's just cleaning up all the debris from the last couple of fights and getting back on their feet.
Yeah, it really has slowed down, and I think this is a lot of a result of what we were talking about before, because a lot of these early game plans have been formulated, but now that you get to this mid and latest stages of the game, it's a lot more difficult to predict and make plans for. So Little Wraith and Immunity have to be playing on the fly with their decision making, and Immunity have had a lot of experience with this. Little Wraith on this particular roster have only had a few months, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to coordinate and know exactly what they have to do in these situations when Immunity is so comfortable.
And it's a little hard to coordinate when you've got a blind monk and a drunkard in the mid lane, so yeah.
Yeah, that's really true. And also you've got this dude who's taking way too many steroids.
Well, Mundo
in the
goes
top
where he
lane as
pleases,
well.
so I mean, how can you control that guy?
Well, that's true, and there's just a lot of interesting stuff going around here, Place, and it's really, I'm glad that you've told us all about this because it's useful information
Thank
to
you.
know. I hadn't really taken it into account enough.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, Spooks has been spotted.
And he is going to be in
Oh, the
trouble.
kick.
Nice. Alley-oop there onto Spooks. Kicks him back from the rest of the team. Swiffer over the wall as well. Chains will land. Here's the fight, though. Tibbers lands on 2. Stars gets wrecked right there. So does Keen. They're running away from this fight. Radiant takes another barrel, but will clean it up. 3 kills picked up from Immunity. Wow.
That was the response time of Immunity. They are just so good at coming to the aid of their teammates, and it was Spooks and Swiffer that really just kept Shelby busy for that little bit too long, and then that 3-man Tibbers coming out from Rosie, and having this Tibbers available in those jungle situations when you've got choke points is so scary, and he showed exactly why.
Here we go, though. This is a bit of a snowball now for Immunity. If they can get this next tower, they'll be looking super strong to take out this first game as well. BHZ takes a lot of damage from Swiffer. He's going to jump back. They won't find the inhibitor, but Immunity still looking pretty healthy right now.
Looking a bit healthy, but they do have the Gragas coming up now as well, so... Oh, Swiffer gets caught!
Oh, and he will go down as well. Chelby takes a chunk there as well out of him, but will the Dragon be next? Oh, that Banshee's just coming up in time for Swipe, and that was a little bit lucky. Spell shield from Radier as well. Man, Immunity playing the cooldowns.
Sidestep there by Swiper gets it so that the mana can be regened a little bit by Radier here, but very nice pickup onto Swiffer has given Little Wraith a free dragon as well. So coming out okay, even though they do now have an exposed inhibitor. Losing 2 turrets there was not what they wanted, but getting the dragon in response is definitely a decent consolation prize.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Immunity need consolation there. That spell shield little play there was
That
pretty
was
fantastic. They're going to be smirking after that one because, I mean, the Banshee's coming up mid-Zapdos. Great timing.
Mid-Zapdos?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite Pokemon.
Tossing the Zap, wow. I unintentionally walked into that
Oh,
one.
hang on, sorry, that's Zapdos. So, yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad. Not actually a champion in League of Legends, so let's stop that one right away. But the blue buff going to be stolen away here. Does go to Kian as well, so he picks that one up too. So that's a couple of things coming out on the side of Little Wraith in their favor. So not bad after losing those couple of towers in the bottom lane. Do manage to come out slightly ahead afterwards in the aftermath. So nice work by them.
So they'll be grabbing double golems. Important objective here at the 27th minute.
Yeah, really dangerous one to go for your own double golems. Very difficult to defend yourself when you're right there, right next to your turret.
All right, so let's take a step back here and look at the actual strategy happening in this game. 9-6, and Immunity, since that 15-minute mark, as we said, have slowly clawed this one back. And it feels like this change in momentum is becoming faster and faster here. So what's next for Immunity?
Immunity really got lucky with that catch in the jungle there. That was exactly what they were going for. They managed to get the perfect Tibbers off and then capitalized on it perfectly. Picking up 2 turrets, the inner and the inhibitor turrets in the bottom lane. If they manage to put some pressure down there in the bottom, it's going to make it a little bit more easy for Little Wraith to go for that Baron. But if they do get the inhibitor and Little Wraith doesn't go for Baron, Immunity's going to have so much pressure on that objective.
Oh man, this is going to be an interesting one. Nice juke there from Swiffer.
Yeah, nice distortion in order to get him out of that one, but Little Wraith do seem to be posturing for some pressure here, and Swiper is nowhere to be seen right now.
I feel like a lot of the fights that Little Wraith have, I guess, suffered losses in here have been when Immunity has caught them out off guard in the jungle, you know? And
yeah, that's really true.
I feel Little Wraith probably want to be forcing something here so they can fight on their own terms.
Well, that's right, and if you have a look at the inventories, there are so many vision wards now being picked up and so many sweepers as well. They do not want Immunity to have the vision that they've been capable of throughout this game.
Oh man, Colo popping that ultimate again. Swiffer finds the chains here, and Colo taking a lot of damage. Spell shields from everyone to block that tidal wave as well. Little Wraith, they can't do anything to Immunity right now.
Well, all of those spell shields are now unavailable, and the explosive cask isn't actually there, so I'm lying to you right now. So that explosive cask potentially could come through later on, but Immunity just going to sweep around to this bottom lane.
That's a great ward from Immunity. They see a potential flank from Chelby as well. They know he's out there now, so they can push for this inhibitor. Really good mind game actually right there as well.
Yeah, and Chelby is out of position here as well, so it's a 5v4 situation until he comes around. He might be out of flank.
Uh-oh. Rosie has Tibbers as well if they want to fight this.
Yeah, Dragon's Rage is available too, and that is very, very scary.
Immunity have everything up really to fight this right now. Little Wraith are in a very precarious position.
Yeah, Rosie's going down incredibly low though.
Uh-oh, Colo. Be careful, friend. He's waiting for that ultimate to come back up, but he's already very low.
Yeah, and Immunity wisely backing off, because if Rosie doesn't get the Tibbers off in one of these team fights, I mean, that can spell instant defeat here for Immunity, because that has been so instrumental in their team fight wins recently. And intelligent work. I mean, they've put enough stock into what the abilities that are going to be doing the most work are in these fights.
Rosie and General Tibbers really have built synergy.
Oh,
We've seen some great Tibbers drops in this game so far. We've seen a couple of double Tibbers in the bottom lane to set up kills.
I think we've only seen double and triple Tibbers coming out from Rosie this game.
That's still impressive.
Point. Exactly.
So, you know, I'd be relying on Rosie to win these fights right now. Immunity kind of identify Rosie is playing phenomenally. Let's use that.
Yeah, and let's not overpress our advantage, which is how Little Wraith really let Immunity back into this game, because they had so much control early on.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing to take into account there. And I guess Immunity, with their experience, are going to know when to back off here. And that's an important thing to consider as well if you're Little Wraith, because you see Immunity backing off. That could be a bait. You know, you have to consider that here. And it's a tough team to go up against in that regards when you look at the lineup of Immunity.
Yeah, it's really true. And another thing as well is the fact that Immunity are obviously respecting Little Wraith as well. I mean, they're not just going to be running through and saying, all right, let's just push, push, push. We're just the better team. We're going to win. They're making sure that they have all the advantages that they possibly can when they start these fights. And that's a sign of respect that they know that they can lose to this team.
Well, race going to be fought over here. It's very dangerous to go for those race right now. And Swiffer been playing fantastically on this LeBlanc now. Jumping forward, poking, jumping back. Always does it when he's safe. Chelby's going to find a Wild Spooks right here. And I feel like they want to start this fight. Here we go. Chelby jumps in. Swiffer in the backline goes for stars. Blows him up as well. He goes down straight away. Radia just chomping down Chelby as well. Immunity destroying this fight. Spooks looking for more kills as well. Colo's so strong though. Swiper looking for Keen as well. Over the wall. Takes down LeBlanc. And now it's Colo on the run. Radia still doing the damage here. It's so close in this fight. 2 for 2. But I think Immunity will be able to do it here. They pick up another kill. Another onto Keen. And he's on the run right here. Can he get over the wall? Has PHZ to try and extract him out of the fight, and it's a 3 for 3.
3 for 3 coming out in the end. I mean, Swiper was so healthy there, which explains exactly that Little Wraith were focusing exactly who they wanted to. They took down all of the carries, and the tank is standing there. He's trying to get everyone to be hitting him, but he's at full health. I mean, everybody else dying around him, unable to really cause the disruption that he wanted to. It was fantastic execution there by Little Wraith.
And the scariest thing out of all of that, I feel, is Swiffer can insta-give stars like that. That was brutal. And the other scary thing is Little Wraith can still go toe-to-toe in that fight without their AD carry. So there's a lot to consider here after that fight.
Yeah, and what we were talking about before as well, that explosive cask hit 4 people.
Oh, man.
And that absolutely got Little Wraith back into that fight. It looked like it was snowballing out of control. Immunity had amazing sort of targeting, hitting the right people, but then that explosive cast came through. Everyone got displaced, and now
might have another position. Will Spooks get in more trouble is the question. BHZ will have that Aqua Prison on cooldown in a moment here. Will Spooks be going for it though? He's still taking a lot of damage here. Choppers go out, so does that Aqua Prison. Immunity want to engage off that. Chelby's going to take a lot of damage here. Will he get over the wall? Was silenced and does go down to Spooks. Now, Little Wraith, one man down here. What's the play?
Spooks was dancing incredibly right there. Managed to avoid so many skill shots. The play that they're looking for now is trying to put pressure on these
Rosie.
turrets.
Oh, man. Rosie has flash tippers right here. Oh, Swiper can jump as well. They've got the ward. Will they go for it? No, not quite. Oh, that's such a precarious position as well. Immunity had that opportunity.
Yeah, being spotted by that ward was perfect. The distortion coming through. Wow.
Oh, man.
That Tidecaller's blessing went for miles.
All right, so This is going to be the back off for real this time. Immunity probably not looking to re-engage unless they want to force this Baron right now.
Yeah, Chelby is down, but it's only for another 5 seconds, so it's going to be dangerous if they want to start this Baron off. I mean, it's 33 minutes into this game. They do have a fair bit of damage, but he's still going to be able to make it, I think, in time for them to be able to go for the potential steal with that Smite and the Resonating Strike combo.
Okay, so let's take a look at the items. I feel like this game has been so fast in this 34 minutes, which is pretty long, that we haven't had a moment to take a look at that.
Yeah, that's really true. And we've got, of course, Radier going for the stock standard build. You go for that Legolas, then you build, of course, that Static Shiv. I mean, he could have gone for the Phantom Dancer, which is, in a lot of ways, as good now. I mean, Static Shiv getting a slight nerf, but wants to have as much wave clear as possible on that Sivir. And now he's going to go for that Infinity Edge on top of it with the pickaxe to start that one off. And the really scary thing right now is the fact that the Void Staff was just finished off here by Swiffer, so he's going to be able to eliminate anyone, regardless of magic resistance.
Yeah, he was able to do that on Stars already, so with that Void Staff, he can do that on Chelby now instead.
Yeah, he can do that on anyone, and it's really, really scary when a LeBlanc gets to that point where they can just insta-give whoever they want. I mean, it's going to be harder for him to take down Colo, of course, but he's not going to be wasting his burst combo on that Dr. Mundo, who would be very able just to weather that storm.
All right, and let's do a quick analysis as well on the teleport from Colo. I mean, he picked that one up. We didn't really see it used.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing that at all.
I don't think he has used it all game.
And he's probably going to want to be like split pushing around this map. I mean, letting Immunity potentially go for something like a Baron and forcing them into that situation because he's putting pressure on the map somewhere else.
Yeah.
But they're just not utilizing that right now, and Colo's just still in this mid lane, hanging around with his team.
I feel they're unable to use it as well because the speed coming from Radier when he pops that on the hunt makes it impossible to try and teleport into a fight. Because by the time you arrive, the fight's on a different side of the map. But here we go, Colo takes a huge chunk of damage straight away there. And man, he's going to pop that ultimate as well. Spooks goes for the engage. Chelby jumping so aggressively there on that Lee Sin. Tidal Wave coming through as well. Finds Spooks and he rides it, but will not go down. Just taken below half health. Ultimate coming out of Jinx as well. We'll find its mark there. Spooks gets re-engaged on.
Oh,
there's
wow.
the fight. Chelby just blows up in that fight. Rosie takes a chunk of damage from the explosive cast and Swiper jumps in. Little Wraith looking for the disengage out of this one. They've already lost a man and Immunity will let him do it as well.
And this is what happens when Kian doesn't land the perfect explosive cast. You've got so many high health bars on the side of Immunity, and they've taken down Chelby, who is a really valuable frontline member for Little Wraith, and Little Wraith now really on the back foot in this engagement.
Oh man, Baron could be the play here as well now for Immunity. Oh, Swiffer goes for it! Jumps back out, oh, flashes over the barrel. That might have even taken him out as well. Swiffer, please. He is going for some huge plays right now.
Yeah, and the distortion into the Mimic caused so much distance to come through, but here's the teleport that we were talking about.
First one of the game. Oh, he's got home guards as well. Baron, no, he just shuts down his party.
Yeah, the Baron immediately hitting him, and
nope,
no more speed time for you.
Oh man, we need a hashtag for Swiffer plays or Swift plays or something for this, because let's see what he does in this. Jumps forward. Whoa, the damage on the Stars already. Boomerang to follow it up, and the Baron almost takes Stars out. Nice explosive cast. Not really, actually. Only hit Swiper right there, but Little Wraith still looking for the engage. Oh, Keen was looking for the flash body slam. Didn't get it. Swiffer's out of position. Has a blue buff as well. The ultimate whizzes by from Jinx. Won't find the target. Chelby almost lands that Sonic Wave, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, there's a huge wave in the favor of Immunity. Chelby still dancing with Spooks here. Nice wall jump. Finds him.
There it
what
is.
a monster with that play right there. Chelby steps it up.
Yeah, now 2 for 1 on the side of Little Wraith, and they are looking like they might be going for this Baron again. Not sure whether that's the best idea because their inhibitor is going down so low, and they're pinging that one out, and they're going to be trying to take that one out. So nice work by Immunity. I mean, a little bit of forethought there, knowing that the creeps were around, so trying to waste Little Wraith's time as much as possible. And Swiffer, of course, is probably going to do that anyway, but it was intelligent work nonetheless, and it saves the Baron.
All right, and at the end of the day, Little Wraith didn't lose that inhibitor, and they picked up a huge creep wave there onto Keen. So that was a great little play for Little Wraith.
Really nice for Little Wraith. And they're only 2,000 gold behind, and at 40 minutes into this game, that means absolutely nothing. This is just anybody's game right now. And Immunity, of course, have a little bit more map pressure because they've taken down a couple more turrets.
Spooks. Oh, he grabs it.
Oh,
okay,
sneaky.
So that's Smite down for Spooks, though. Will Little Wraith try and force a Baron? Maybe.
Potentially, but Smite is on such a low cooldown.
They've got about 40 seconds. Yeah. They got to force it really quickly.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't think that they'll be able to take it down, even if they were positioned right there in order to take it in 40 seconds. But it's a nice little idea, just unfortunately not coming off for them.
And definitely something that Spook's considered as well. It's always something you think about. It's like, do I smite the Wraith, or do I save it for Baron that could potentially win me the game?
That's exactly right. And then that was a little bit more relevant back when Smite was on, of course, a longer cooldown in Season 3. But now it's a little bit less. You don't need to think about it quite as much.
So, 15 to 11 here. Game taking a bit of a lull as well. We've had a bit of a roller coaster, I guess, with highs and lows. But what's happening here for Little Wraith and Immunity?
Well, I think they're wanting to just clear out everyone's stuff. Of course, this Dragon has just come up, and Little Wraith have positioned themselves, as per usual, in perfect position to take that one out. Nice little safeguard to get Shelby out of there as well. So they're going to be able to take that one away, and now it's even closer, only 1,000 gold the difference. And Immunity just really want to reconsolidate that vision, get into the red side jungle of Little Wraith and clear that one out, and then try and put some more pressure down. Or just go straight for that bottom lane and take away that inhibitor. What they could do is potentially brute force it and just cause that to be an area of contention for Little Wraith, and there's going to be constant super minions pushing in there and gives Immunity a lot more pressure on that Baron. But at the moment, they're just coming around. They're going to be taking this red buff and trying to get those wards away. So intelligent play, but it's a little bit more risky.
I do like that brute force idea, though. I mean, they're going to try it in this top lane instead, try and close it out with a more, I guess, widened approach, going all of those lanes. Shelby as well, in the face of everyone. Nice Tempest, hits all the minions, looks nice and sparkly.
Yeah, Swift is waiting in the wings as well. Possibly could delete someone here.
Uh-oh, not going to find anyone just yet. He's going to find Nami. Whoa, look at the damage. BHZ already very low in that fight. Swiffer as well. Doesn't really lose anything for his troubles.
Yeah, Locket of the Iron Solari and Mikhail's Crucible have been popped, though, so there's potential for a little bit of a window for Immunity to fight, potentially. And, of course, that Mimic is available again for Swiffer.
So, Little Wraith on defense here. Immunity on offense. How does Immunity's team comp work, though, in these tower dives? Can they pull it off?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, they've got a lot of pick potential. They really want to be using this LeBlanc in order to delete someone and then start a 4v5 situation. But Swiper has not been able to really make the impact that he wants to this game. I mean, he was ignored in that teamfight that Little Wraith did really, really well in, and he wasn't able to punish them for that ignore either. So I think we're looking for at Swiper to try and possibly get a little bit more damage. He does have that longsword, probably going to be going for that Blade of the Ruined King.
Ooh. Sneaky play there from Swiffer. Just blinks in on the screen. Don't even know if anyone caught that. It was so quick, but he does break the spell shield. I believe Colo right there. No, not Colo. Yeah, would have been...
Ooh, Swiffer getting the last auto attack on that pink ward and then distortioning out of the way of that Sonic Wave as well. Nice maneuvers here, but it seems like both of these teams just do not know what to do. They don't know which engages that they want to go for. It's like everyone's trying to start this potential good engagement for them. As soon as anyone moves slightly out of that position, they just go, no, 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 let's just regroup, try and work out something.
Yeah, and there's been some great control from Little Wraith as well. They've got their bottom lane slow pushing all the time. Stars is in trouble all by himself. Swiffer gets the chains off, and Stars, he will go down at the start of this fight. Great explosive cast from Keen as well. Knocks LeBlanc away, but Swiper destroying the front line of this fight. A great stun from Rosie as well. Shelby in trouble, will go down, and Immunity picked up 3 kills.
Wow, just as I was saying they didn't know what engages to go for, that was massive. And Swiper going in through with that Dragon's Descent as well and coming down on top of everyone. And Radier did so much damage. Got that crit with the static shiv and just everyone was going down. The ricochets just hitting everyone in that fight. And incredible play. And they're going to be able to possibly take 2 inhibitors, at least an extra inhibitor turret here as well.
1 inhibitor already down. Second's going to follow. Only about 18 seconds on Stars, but 35 on Keen. That is a rough death timer for him. So Little Wraith will be able to defend this one out. I think Immunity are going to get the Baron, though.
Yeah, Immunity not able to take down the base just yet, but they're going to be able to get 2 inhibitors, an extra inhibitor turret, and the Baron from this fight. And I have to say this is probably the game-winning maneuver for Immunity. Just amazing catch from Swiffer, getting on top of Stars, obliterating him so that there could be none of those get excited resets in the fight. The explosive cast didn't do quite enough damage.
Uh-oh, BHZ in trouble. Swiffer just missed the chains, and that would have been BHZ ultimate. Not quite stealing it there from Jinx. Colo running around. What's he doing in the face of 5 people right there? Going to try and catch out Radier. Will he find it? Taking a lot of damage. Swiffer will find the kill there, and Shelby now coming in. It's a 1v1 fight all the way for Little Wraith. Their team just not on point right now. Shelby going to take a lot of damage, goes down to Radier as well. Tidal Wave coming through. Here's Keen though, the guy they were waiting for, just missed everything though. That is not how you want to start out a fight. And Immunity, they're just going to clean this up. Radier's already got a double kill, takes a bunch of damage from Keen, but here comes Spooks. Look at the speed as he chases down Keen right here. Has a red buff as well. Keen will go down, double kill for AP and AD carry from Immunity, and this is surely going to be the game.
Yeah, Swiper actually DCing at this point as well, but he's still pushing through. I think that's possibly a little bit of a bug there from the spectator, because he's still walking. He's still going to be attacking these Nexus turrets, and Immunity going to be taking down this game. And wow, they just came out so strong in this last, what was about 5 minutes of this game. Absolutely ridiculous, and just such a hard-earned battle here from both teams. Little Wraith really coming up big in that fight as well.
Man. And there is so much to take out of game number 1 there. Little Wraith's strategy and planning in the early game was phenomenal. I don't think Immunity expected gameplay
really
of that caliber. But moving on into the mid game and to the late game, it was all about the experience, and Immunity really took advantage of that.
Yeah, and as soon as Little Wraith slowed down the game, it gave Immunity that time just to say, all right, sit back, guys. We're just going to farm this one out, and we know when to engage. We know when they're in the wrong positions, and Stars just, unfortunately, at the very end there, was slightly out of position, and Swiffer just pounced on it instantly. It was perfect LeBlanc play, and I expect that one to be banned out, but if we get to see that again, I'm going to be super happy, because he's so impressive on that champion.
So that's game 1 out of the way. Little Wraith are down, so they need to win game number 2 if they want to take it to the full 3 games. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a moment for game number 2. Let's do it.
beautiful?
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
WCG was definitely an amazing experience. I haven't experienced anything like that before, and yeah, I wish I could do that again one day. Versing Flame, it showed like how little, like I put myself against them sort of top laners, so there's a lot I need to learn, and yeah, just gonna focus on that. Okay.
So we're back, and quick little interview there from Swiper, top laner there for Immunity, and he played pretty well in that game right there. Bit of an island on that top lane for Immunity and Little Wraith, but at the end of the day, it was Immunity that closed out game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and Swiper actually got a little bit ignored in a lot of those fights. It came back in the end, though, with the most perfect Dragon's Descent to get himself right in the middle of the action and secure that kill on Stars to really turn the game in Immunity's favor. So, in the end, managed to get there, but Swiper had a little bit of trouble causing enough trouble for Little Wraith in the earlier stages of that game. So we'll see what happens. Of course, let's have a look at the mid lane matchup here, Swiffer versus Kian.
Oh, and Swiffer was such a monster in that game. Played that LeBlanc, known for his poke and assassination champions there, and the stats show it. Not many assists, but a huge kill to death assist ratio compared to Kian as well. Kian also a phenomenal standpoint for his team, but he's more looking towards that wave clear mid lane champions. We're looking at the Orianna and the Gragas there. We've seen him play a lot of that, and the stats still great. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio on those kills and the deaths, and 8 assists is really a strong point for the style of play he goes for.
Yeah, looking at both of these, it's almost mirrored, isn't it? You've got those 8 assists there on the side of Kian and the 8 kills on the side of Swiffer. So knowing that Swiffer wants to be killing everyone and Kian really wants to be supporting his team with those shockwaves and the explosive casks, of course, like that. And you've got Swiffer that just wants to sit on LeBlanc or Nidalee and like throw those big-ass spears, killing people instantly, and getting those Distortion Mimic combos out and getting a lot of damage down. But let's see what the bans are that are going to be coming through. So far, the same ones from last time a little bit.
So Zig's banned against Kian here, getting rid of the champs that he really loves, that style of play, the farm, I guess. I don't know. It's not really the
counter siege. It's the counter siege by Ziggs that is just so incredibly strong. I mean, Immunity just do not want to have to push against that at all. And they're going to be banning out Lulu this time. Yeah,
banning against BHZ. Annie have to see that ban there against Rosie because he played phenomenally with Captain Tibbers and the Evelyn as well. Banning that against Spooks really was excellent at pulling off those flanking maneuvers where he jumps around behind and starts up that fight. But there we go. I think you're interested in this last ban.
Yeah, this last ban was Sivir and not Kassadin place. So that could potentially come through. And if Little Wraith don't pick this up, if Kian isn't confident to play that one, which he looks like he is, Swiffer was definitely going to pick it.
And this is great. I think Swiffer goes into this knowing that, hey, if they didn't take the Kassadin, I would have got it, and I would have been able to dominate my lane with it.
That's
because
absolutely
he loves the Assassins. And so it forces Little Wraith to pick it here. And the question is Keen comfortable with it?
Yeah, that's the thing. If Keen, who was once Little Dopper, and I like the Lulu ban as well, I was going to mention that one before, because Kian does like playing that one in the mid lane as well, but now he's been sort of forced onto this Kassadin, and we'll see whether he's been practicing with that champion enough, because it's been considered permabanned, and a lot of people haven't had the chance to play it. Spook's now getting Elise as well, and Swiper getting back on that Shyvana. It's almost an even trade for power here. I mean, Kassadin considered so incredibly strong, and having the Elise on your side, I haven't seen an Elise lose in an Oceanic matchup in a long time.
Okay, so I'm interested with the next 2 picks here right here. With the Kassadin pickup for Keen in the middle lane, Chelby's going to need something to help him out here. So we're looking at probably a Vi or a Lee Sin. Played Lee Sin in game 1, did pretty well actually.
He really did, especially in the early game.
Yeah, great early game pressure is what they're looking for here with the Kassadin. So those 2 lock-ins could be the case here. They're also going to need a support that can follow up with Kassadin. So that's what they might be going for here. Trundle might be the lock-in. Caitlyn picking that up for Stars. No surprises there.
And that one, escaping the ban list as well. Stars is just so comfortable on that champion. Of course, Caitlyn going to be his pick of choice here. And wow, Swiffer hovering over the Jace. Interesting decision, and no surprises. Radier pulling out the Lucian. His absolute favorite champion at the moment has been picking that one up left, right, and center. And having that Trundle locked in against the Shyvana is interesting because it will put him behind early on in that matchup. He's not necessarily as strong as that Shyvana in that top lane, and Swiper is so good on that champion as well. So Colo and him going head-to-head up here, it's very difficult because they have a Kassadin, and they're going to have a weak early game in that mid lane. So you kind of want a little bit of extra power on the top lane, so not quite getting there.
Okay, so this is another Lucian pick, as you mentioned there for Aradia. Sivir was the first time he didn't play Lucian in the regionals, but the Jace is still being hovered here. This is either a phenomenal troll or not. He swaps it for the Orianna.
Oh my goodness. A certain Riot Benji would be pretty upset with that swap out there. Swiffer being a little bit cheeky, hovering that one for so long and getting his hopes up, unfortunately.
And the rest of Australia as well.
Oh, of course,
indeed,
the rest
all
of
the viewers, because Jace hasn't seen the scene in so long. But the Orianna, a little bit more of a staple there. And Swiffer, he loves this one. Played it a lot at Cybergamer Premier League, which was one of the last competitive events they've played, actually, because they didn't play a lot this year so far in the beginning. Also used it a lot at King of the Rift and the November finals as well. So always been in Swiffer's champion pool.
Yeah, Swiffer has played that Orianna all the time. He's still one of his staple champions, and the one that he goes back to when he really wants to knuckle down and win a game. And there are so many solid pickups here for Immunity. All of these champions in their respective roles are very solid. You don't necessarily see them falling behind too much at any stage of the game. I mean, of course, the Renekton Shyvana matchup is something where Shyvana struggles, but wow, instant lock-ins here for the Thresh and the Nocturne.
And I like this. It's going to be a really aggressive bottom lane. Thresh jumps in with the hook, and then you can have Nocturne appear from out of sight with that ultimate as well. So really good early aggression again for Little Wraith.
Oh my goodness, is Rosie going to do it?
Okay, maybe.
Rosie's played a lot of Blitzcrank. He loves that champion if he manages to get on. I mean, I've played in certain normal games with this guy, and he can just land any hook out of nowhere. He's insane. So if they do lock this in, I'm going to be very excited, but it's just the hover. And as Immunity have shown us before, they do like trolls a little bit on that front.
That's what I was going to mention. These guys starting to build a reputation for trolling us casters.
Yeah,
it's not nice,
like
guys. Nah. That's part of his grand plan.
Just staying out of it, staying out of it.
He builds on what Swiffer did here. Swiffer baited us with just one hover, and Rosie's like, I'm going to need him twice here. I'm going to go for the decoy. Blitz is my decoy. And there we go. This is going to be the real lock-in.
Morgana. Fantastic pickup here, and was slightly ignored and is an incredibly strong support at the moment.
I'm on to you, Rosie, in your mind games. I'm on to you.
Yeah, manager didn't call him out a couple of times. The Fiddlesticks not being seen in that support role since the Fear got nerfed a little bit. Now makes you also run away only backwards as well, so not quite as devastating there and lasts for a little bit less time.
Alrighty, so with the Morgana in this bottom lane against that Thresh, what are we expecting now?
Well, Morgana Lucian's actually a fantastic lane because you can get that black shield out and you can stop the death sentence from being able to actually slow up Radia here on that Lucian. And also, if you manage to get a pick with the Dark Binding, you've got Piercing Light to come through, and the burst damage coming out from Radia on that Lucian with that double hit as well with the passive means that you can get a lot of damage down for that slight snare time.
Alright, and that's an important part here as well because that'll shut down some of the early game pressure for Little Wraith. And Immunity didn't really, I guess, match up to the aggression that Little Wraith put on me in game number 1 for that earlier phase of the game here. But I guess maybe we might have a 2v1 here as well coming out. The solo laners, again, are going to be strong for both of them. Not much wave clear for Colo, though, so if there was a swap, I don't know if Little Wraith would want to be doing that. But that's what we saw in game number 1, at least, so we need to consider it.
It's true. I mean, I don't necessarily feel like they're going to be going for that one again, just because it's given Immunity time to get used to it. I think the surprise factor was really what they were going for in Game 1, and Little Wraith was sort of hoping to catch them off guard. But, of course, Immunity, with so much experience, managed to say, look, okay, let's let this happen. And then they overextend a little bit in that bottom lane, as we've spoken about. So, Immunity coming back from that one, I think now they're going to know that Little Wraith have plans for this early game, and they're going to be prepared for a lot more action to be happening.
And, again, Colo's going for this teleport.
Yeah, so
used it once last game, I think. Maybe twice.
Yeah, and it's sort of like the standard thing that you pick up here on Trundle. Trundle not really minding too much about losing a bit of that 1v1 pressure because he gets so strong in the later sides of this game. That Subjugate is just fantastic for winning 1v1 trades just because you're just sapping their both defensive stats and health and boosting your own at the same time. I mean, there's not much that can compete with that, especially in a 1v1 situation. So Trundle very, very strong in that regard, and the Chomp also taking away the AD. So hopefully he can use his teleport in an advantageous way in the earlier sides of this game, because it wasn't until that Baron attempt by Immunity that he really managed to use that teleport to get them more of an advantage in that game. Otherwise, it was just a bit of a useless slot in the summoner spells.
Okay, and when we looked at the featured mid matchup, just before the matchup, we saw Keen didn't really favor those assassins, and not really a roaming style of champion either there in his champion pool, or at least last 3 played. But this time he's on the Kassadin, so that needs to change up here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried actually about Keen on that Kassadin. I don't know whether he's been playing that one enough, and of course, if you judge by his playstyle, he likes to play Ziggs, Gragas, things like Orianna as well. I mean, he's going to know Orianna and her capabilities, but he's not necessarily that comfortable on this style of champion. So, of course he's played him. I mean, this guy's a professional Oceanic League player, but he just may not have the complete mastery of Kassadin that a lot of players do. And we have seen Kassadin lose. I mean, in the qualifier, I mean, that did happen. So that's actually how the Optic Snipers got in. They beat a Kassadin that they baited out.
Yeah, and it was actually pretty good as well, because they pulled off the exact same pick and ban phase, or I guess approach, as Immunity did here. Immunity on the purple team said, hey, we're not going to ban out that Kassadin, so blue team, if you don't ban it, you're going to have to pick it, else we will get it. And that's what ended up happening. They forced that pick onto their opponents who were on the blue side, and then they ended up picking their team comp to dominate it. So that's really what Immunity have done here. It's almost kind of deja vu of, as you said, how Little Wraith qualified.
Yeah, it's really true. The thing that I'm a little bit... Optic Snipers qualified, of course. The thing that I'm a little bit sad about is the fact that there's no Riven mid and a Xin Zhao in the jungle, which was really, really cool to watch. You guys should actually go and have a look at the VODs if you haven't seen them, because... But
not now.
Man, Optic... not right now, of course. They're going to be available at any point, but yeah, definitely go and have a look at those if you want to check out a little bit of the Optic Snipers history. And man, I'm so excited to see this game. The thing about Immunity's lineup, though, is that they have so many strong picks. Shyvana, Elise, I mean, there's not many that are strong in those roles. As far as champions are concerned, Orianna always really, really strong. I mean, it's going to be hard for Orianna against a Kassadin in the later sides of that game, because he's going to be rift walking around, and it's hard to get the ball in the right position in order to catch him. So in a 1v1 situation late game, going to be very hard for Swiffer.
Yeah.
But in that early sides of the game, I mean, he's going to be able to max that command protect, and he's going to be a little bit okay in that middle lane, and he's going to rely on Spooks to come through and try and get a lot of pressure down, unless they go for the classic method of dealing with Kassadin, is where you put your AD carry and support in that mid lane. So they might be going for that one.
And that might actually work out for them, because they've got the Lucian rather, who can really work in that middle lane. Got a lot of wave clear, can poke down turrets quickly as well with that passive. So this might be something we've seen. It's a bit of a page out of Korea's book. It's something that they developed to beat out that Kassadin. And I guess the other way of dealing against that is to have your jungler help Kassadin, so he can make sure he doesn't lose in whatever lane matchup he's up against. But I mean, Little Wraith have picked up Nocturne for this. I don't know if it's going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited about the Nocturne pick. I mean, he's been seeing a little bit of play, sort of on the outskirts of the meta, but we're going into the game. Let's do it, please.
Oh yeah. And we are onto the Rift here for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Immunity up game number 1 already here, and Little Wraith looking for something sneaky to begin with as well.
Yeah, they're grouping up, as they generally do on the side of Little Wraith. Of course, that sneaky little spider from Spook's going to be spotting them out, but I'm so excited, place, to see what happens this game. I mean, both teams with some really exciting picks for us to look out for.
There are only 2 teams here at the regionals as well that ever do anything out of the ordinary for a level 1. And it's Little Wraith and YSC here, and both of those teams that I just mentioned as well are very interesting to watch in their team comp styles here. And the Nocturne with the Kassadin is an interesting one for me, because Nocturne's a champion that needs to farm for that level 6, but Kassadin is a laner that demands jungle help.
Yeah, that's really true, and it's looking like we're not going to be having the lane swap of the AD carries into the middle lane as well. So Kassadin going to be against the Orianna here, and Swiffer is probably very comfortable with that matchup, because he's just played so much Orianna and knows Kassadin back to front. I mean, his Kassadin is so impressive that he's going to know exactly how that works. So we'll see what's going to happen here, and man, I'm just really interested to see how this mid lane matchup works out.
So, Little Wraith looking for an invade here. No wards currently for Immunity, except for that one.
Yeah, and they're still warding around this red buff. It's getting dangerous for Swiffer. I mean, if he face checks that brush, he could die.
He could. but he won't. So it's all right. Little Wraith going to back out here. It's going to be the standard starts. Nocturne starting at his red buff here. Didn't get any help, though, from his team, so slows him down a little bit.
Again.
Okay, so... No, they're not.
Little Wraith sending their bottom lane into the top, so they're going to be 2v1ing the top lane again. They do not want to early lane phase against the likes of Radier and Rosie. They've made that perfectly clear.
Yeah, and this is something that you kind of see coming here, because game 1 they did it, obviously. Rosie as well harassing Shelby here. It's kind of interesting. Steals the race. I like that. Steals the Little Wraith from Little Wraith. But the 2v1, you know, you don't want to have BHZ on that Thresh up against the Morgana at all.
And I really like what they've done here as well, sending Rosie into the jungle just to keep tabs on Shelby, making sure that he knows where he is, knows where he's rotating around to, and then comes into the bottom lane after giving Radier a little bit of an experience lead. So it's smart play. We'll just see whether the likes of Stars here on this Caitlyn, notorious for taking down turrets, how fast they're going to be able to take this top one down.
And it's going to be important here, because that top turret, a little bit tankier than that bottom turret for the first part of the game here.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Immunity decide to shove extra hard on this bottom lane turret because of how things went last game. We'll see whether they make that decision. Attack Dissonance coming down from Swiffer here on King as well.
Okay, so Nocturne's roamed up to this top lane. Shelby looking to help pressure this tower down. And this is a good rotation as well, you know. Extra damage onto this tower. We can see Spooks doing it again down here as well. And the important thing to remember here is Colo has no wave clear compared to a Shyvana, so I think Immunity's probably going to get their tower first. Oh, maybe not, actually.
Yeah, if you have a look at the amount of damage that was taken here by the Immunity top lane turret, I mean, that's so much that there is a big creep wave here down in the bottom lane, and the speed, the attack speed boost from Spooks is very, very strong in this situation. So they're going to go 1-for-1 in turrets pretty much instantly, I feel. We have a look down in this bottom lane. Yep, they both get taken down. So a little bit better for Immunity here timing-wise. Oh, Keen taking a bunch of damage and a pause coming through as well.
So right into this one with the pause. 4 minutes in on the dot.
Yep.
And not too much has happened. I mean,
well, both teams taking down turrets, which is, I think, the massive difference from last game, because it was Little Wraith taking down their top turret so much quicker than it was Immunity taking down the bottom turret. And we're going to have a resume here, but it's good for Immunity that they've managed to read what Little Wraith were doing and then change their playstyle around to it. But they're still pushing. Little Wraith's still pushing here on the inner turret.
Okay, so I don't know if they want to be doing this right now. Keen is kind of suffering this middle lane right now. 12 to 25 CS is kind of the expected opening for Kassadin, but that can always snowball out of control right here. But as you say,
wow, this is intelligent. Those Spooks coming around using his Spiderlings to tank down the Dragon, although he's going very, very low. They might be able to pick this one up as well.
Level 3 Dragon is pretty tough here, Radier. Taking a lot of damage. Spooks, oh, he takes another hit from the Dragon. Someone might get executed. Spooks getting hit again. One more will do it. And the Dragon gets taken out. Fight of the year right there. Spooks survived it.
I have a feeling that in all chat that Spooks was typing calculated.
Yep. And in Australia, dragons don't beat spiders. We got the best spiders.
Swiffer might be in a little bit of trouble here as well, but Colin not managing to get on top of these guys. Is in the right position to try and catch Swiffer, though.
No, great move there from Rosie, though. In position already to slow him down with that snare. Shelby going to back out. Actually, Shelby in a bit of trouble. Swiffer, though, out of mana.
Yeah, unable to get that attack dissonance, which would have finished him off there as well, but Shelby, of course, knowing that he's out of mana, knowing that he doesn't really have a response, and look at how much Kian's caught up in farm as well. Only 3 down now.
So, 5 minutes 25 in. We've seen some great early game play again by Little Wraith, but this time and this game, compared to game number 1, Immunity with some answers.
Yeah, and what they've done is they've really sort of thought about this lane swap situation, thought about the advantages that it does give to Immunity, and they've capitalized on it so much. That Elise pick, allowing them the early Dragon as well, was so intelligent.
So, what do we expect from Little Wraith now? I mean, they've lost their bottom tower, they've lost the top one, or Immunity have lost the top one. So, they're the ones forcing these early game plays, it seems. What are they going to be forcing next?
Well, they want to be utilizing their Caitlyn's range in order to try and push down more turrets. Of course, Caitlyn feels the happiest when she's shooting a turret. It's the best feeling for her ever, so she's going to be wanting to get to another turret that she can shoot safely. So, look to see BHZ and Stars heading into this bottom lane to try and get that turret down. And although they are going to be going against the bottom lane here of Immunity, they do have Rosie roaming around this map a lot, so they might be able to potentially find a window, but they're not just going to go back top. So it looks like they're just going to put pressure on there for as long as possible.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting there because I guess it depends how Radia and Rosie want to respond to this, because the Dragon's down now. Little Wraith probably know that as well, so they're not really giving up that Dragon pressure. So I guess it's not a big deal for Little Wraith putting that bottom lane in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a worry here for Immunity as well, because Keen has hit level 6 before Swiffer has.
A little bit interesting there, actually. Swiffer actually ahead on the CS as well. But there it is, Swiffer pops in.
Yeah, finally managing to get there, and I think that was just because Rosie was around that middle lane for a little bit longer than anybody else was on the side of Little Wraith as well. So Kian managing to get a little bit more of that solo experience in there, but has that Rift Walk now, so is a lot safer. And he's made it through the difficult stage for Kassadin relatively decently. I mean, he's only down about 13 CS right now, and there has been much worse performances by Kassadin in the 1 through 6 phase, and then he's still managed to snowball ridiculously hard. So nice work by Kian, and I think I'm eating my words by saying that he may not have had enough practice.
Yeah, I think he's doing fantastically as well. Got that tier, but I really like these plays from both of the teams. They're saying, hey, Immunity, bottom side of the jungle, that's yours. Top side is ours, because these junglers aren't venturing into either of those opposing areas. We're seeing the red buff swap here for both of these teams, stealing each other's, and a 3-man push in this bottom lane, a 2-man push in this top lane. So really the rotations of this game are interesting to watch.
Yeah, the thing that Immunity have done really well, though, is made sure that Swiper stays relevant. I mean, he's at 35 CS and only 16 on
Kane's
follow.
committing to this, though. Puts the Ignite down as well. Misses the Rift Walk. That's big damage he didn't get. Hook gonna miss as well. BHZ flash for that one. Swiffer baiting a lot there without
Stars
using
in
much.
trouble too in this top lane.
Oh, gets knocked on the wall!
Oh, wow!
Tried to flash back, but Swiper gets him with the drive-by.
Yeah, and the burnout damage after that Dragon's Descent as well, leaving that trail of fire on the ground. Doesn't look at explosions. Lets Stars just die in that that Golem pit. Really, really intelligent play, and it was almost Keen picking up that first blood onto Swiffer, but not quite being able to. And Swiffer also, with the intelligent flash as well, he could have flashed over to the red buff from that point or into the brush where he actually flashed to. So Little Wraith not quite knowing exactly where he went, which is a little bit cute there. Keen now almost going to get killed here by the blue buff.
There we go. We saw Immunity battle it out with the Dragon. Round 2 is Keen on the blue.
Absolutely. I think Keen, with BHZ there to help him out, he's probably going to be able to pick that one up just fine. Only 8 creeps score the difference here in the middle lane.
The little ones are still hitting him.
Oh dear.
Okay, we'll get it. I really want him to die, but just for the comical humor. But
oh, that's a little bit rude there. I mean, you can't wish that on anyone. You know, die by a blue buff. It's horrible. Shelby taking a bunch of damage from that attack dissonance combo though in this mid lane.
Alrighty, 5-man push here from Immunity, really forcing the pressure early, only 9 minutes 30 into this game, and they're saying, hey, we don't need a laning phase, we just want to fight.
Oh, wow,
BHZ gets chunked, and the culling will come over as well and takes him out. Spooks finds that kill, mid tower's going to fall over as well. Immunity really just putting the pressure down.
That was so good by Spooks. Lands that that cocoon just outside of the outer turret's range, so that he didn't pick up aggro from that turret while his whole team was taking it down, and managed to get so much damage down on BHZ.
Just enough to kill him as well.
Yeah, and they take down that turret as well, so it's now 3-1 here. And it's like Immunity are taking Little Wraith's playstyle and just doing it better this game. This is what Little Wraith generally does. They go around the map, they take as many turrets as they can, and that's how they get their leads. But this time it's not working out, because they're just unable to get Stars into the right positions to shoot on these turrets all the time.
And I really feel the 2v1 didn't work out for a Little Wraith here. They forced pressure into that top lane, which demanded Shelby to respond to help them push down towers, and they also relinquished control of the Dragon and that bottom lane tower. So Immunity were always going to come out ahead on the objectives because they had the bonus of the Dragon.
Wow.
Here we go though. Nocturne going to jump in. Spooks with a great flash over the wall. That's a big cooldown, though, for Little Wraith. They're going to try this Dragon, though. Immunity are in a prime position to fight this one. Culling not quite available just yet, but there they go. BHZ jumps in. Spooks repels into the air. Keen goes for Radiant, doesn't find any damage.
Oh,
flushes into the pool as well, and jumps straight out. Immunity just rolling through this fight right now. Stars in trouble, will go down. It's a double kill for Swiffer.
Oh, wow, that shockwave on 3 people. Swiffer just pulling everyone into that one. The amount of skill that he has on this Orianna is so perfect. He sat on that ability for as long as he needed to, and then got it in exactly the right spot and just got it perfect for doing the right amount of damage. And Kian manages to get out of there, but he was unable to get back in and offer any more damage. So That was fantastic for Immunity. Now 0-5 in Immunity's way, and they pick up another dragon. This is really Little Wraith struggling in this matchup.
Yeah, and that fight, these fights actually are coming into Little Wraith way too early for their team comp. Keen isn't scaling at all just yet. Only 58 CS, 2 mana items here as well, so he doesn't have any damage. He needs more time, and right now Little Wraith can't quite buy it. Immunity doing a fantastic job of taking advantage of that.
Yeah, they're really putting on as much pressure as they possibly can, getting these turrets down and keeping control of this dragon as well.
Oh,
Spook's getting caught up.
Trading CC. I don't think it's in favor of BHZ this time round. Spooks looking strong for this kill. Stars is making his way down. Couple more hits will do it. Spooks already using that repel. Finds it with the fangs. And Stars now in trouble as well. Keen's made his way up as well.
Oh, the
nice cocoon onto Keen there. And that saves Spooks. There was a jump in pending from Keen. Oh, goes on to Swiffer. Silence as well. That'll be a kill going to Stars. And the fight's still in the favor of Immunity, though. They take out another there onto the jungler, and Colo now on the run as well. Swiper probably going to be able to pick this one up. Look at the burn from his Sunfire Cape. Colo going to go down.
Flash.
Has to flash for it as well. It's a double kill. Star's going to go down. Excellent piercing. Light and Immunity just cleaning up right now.
Wow, yeah, Swiffer goes down, but they answer with 3 kills in succession and this outer top turret as well, just putting themselves in exactly the right spot in order to take that one down. This inner turret now in trouble, but look at what Shelby was doing. Just to like make up for the fact that there were so many people on Immunity's side in that top lane, takes down the outer turret in the mid lane. So a nice little consolation prize there, but it's probably not enough.
Oh, BHZ goes in. There was a black shield as well, so Swiper doesn't get CC'd, turns it around, burns it up, and picks up a kill.
Yeah, that Flame Breath, enough damage to be able to take down BHZ there. He tried to put the box down, try and get enough damage in there, but he's so squishy.
Look how keen is, though.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Oh, actually, there's going to be a kill from Shelby. Can he find it onto Swiper right here? Looking for the damage.
Oh, there it is.
Silence comes through, and it's Cassidy that picks it up. Culling through as well. This is just an endless fight going back and forth. And Immunity, again, picking up 2 kills for 1.
Ooh.
Stars has the flash this time. He will get out. Swiffer as well. Looking for something here on a Colo. Great pillar to block off his path. And Immunity, they're just picking up kills here. 12-8. What an impressive score.
Yeah, and that last little skirmish, I mean, Rosie was the unsung hero of that. Manages to land the stun of the second portion of that Soul Shackles, that ultimate coming out from Morgana and doing so
Stars,
much work.
goodbye!
Whoa!
Gets caught by that cocoon. Doesn't quite go down yet. Colo needs to run here. Snare will land. BHZ jumps in. Don't know if he wanted to do that. Flashes straight out. And Stars looking for the damage. Spooks repels up. Not quite enough damage for King to take him out. Shelby looking for the kills here. And Rosie is on the retreat now. It's a 1-for-2 in the favor of Little Wraith. And after all of this fighting, they finally find a fight in their favor.
Yeah.
That was a lot of Fs.
Oh, yeah. And finally, Immunity staying past their welcome. I mean, this time it was Immunity just getting a little bit overexcited. But the thing was, they should have been overstayed ages ago. But they still managed to pick up kill after kill after kill. And they managed to get that inner turret as well in that top lane. So it's now 5 turrets to 2. They've got such a gold lead, about 8,000 at this point. And Little Wraith did manage to get a few kills at the end there, but wow, Immunity are playing so well. And to only overstay after that long, I mean, that almost speaks volumes for Immunity's skill and how good they are.
Oh man, it looks like they entered the rink in their suits, and by game number 2, they're just down to their bare chests, ripping each other apart because there's no, I guess, respect for each team right now. These guys are just going at it head to head, looking for any lead they can find. And Immunity are really coming out ahead right here.
Yeah, they're really doing well. And I don't know quite what that no shirts analogy was, but I liked it a lot. Place really well played on that front. And BHZ just clearing out these wards as well, now that they finally got a little bit of respite and are able to do a little bit of clearing out. But as the dust settles, I mean, Immunity just really streaming ahead this game. And although there is a Kassadin, which does bode well on the side of Little Wraith in the late game, I don't think it's necessarily enough to really get them back into this one.
Okay, so King's going to jump in there. BHZ also ate a cocoon, but Immunity still happy to siege this one here. They're so healthy, and look how tanky Swiper is right now. 5-1-4 on a top laner. I feel Immunity were like, yeah, top lane's an island. Let's invade it, and they did that.
Yeah, and as well, Swiper probably felt like he didn't really make enough of an impact in the last game, and he's like, oh, this game I'm going to change up my style. I'm really going to get in there, and now he's just being a monster on that Shyvana. So much kill participation as well coming out for him. Only missing out on a little bit of credit for 3 of those. 4 of those, sorry, at this point. I can count.
You avoid
learned
maths
once.
as a caster because it never works.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Although I did think about that in my head, and then I just got it flat out wrong. No worries.
Oh, man. You don't admit stuff like that, Atlas. You keep it to yourself, and you quietly shake your head.
Yeah. Well, no, I did get it right, though, Place. Don't worry.
All right, so 5-13 is the score here. 16 minutes as well. Again, another fast game from these teams. Really knowing each other's playstyles by now, I feel, as well. So, a little bit of a lull in the game, but 22,000 gold to 29. A big lead for Immunity.
Yeah, Immunity now going to be posturing for this Dragon. Going to just force their gold ahead again. They're not wanting to rush this one down. I mean, they could potentially just throw themselves at the base of Little Wraith and have a chance to come out ahead, but they're just going to play this one out. The slow and steady method, just making sure they don't take too many risks, and they should be able to take this game out. I mean, it's just going to be very hard for Little Wraith to try and get on top of this one.
I don't know if this is going to be slow and steady. I feel this is like, to use a quick league analogy, like a Vaiku. Slows you down while you wind up, but you're just going to unleash havoc when you let that one go.
They're going to break the vault of Little Wraith.
That's what the Immunity are doing right here. Just holding back a little bit, gathering their waves in these lanes to push up. And they're just
Stars is out of position.
Forward. No, he's not. He's just walking around.
Yeah, that's fine. Just going to wander up into their blue side jungle.
Walked over the ward, knocked it over.
There are a lot of back things coming out there. Colo in trouble.
Gonna pop that subjugate. Quick little heal to keep him alive. Nocturne gonna jump in as Keen as well. Radiant takes a big burst of damage. Immunity on the run right here. Rosie's being caught out. Great fear from Nocturne right there. Cullen comes around as well. Chelby gonna jump out with that Lantern. Swiper as well needs to break away. And a quick fight there from Little Wraith. They invest a lot, but they find a kill.
Yeah, a lot of blinking red lights on the side of Little Wraith. So nice work to try and get out of there, but they managed to catch Radiant, but he still escaped. Blew that barrier and that flash, of course, but if Kian can't get on top of people as this Kassadin and really do work, it's going to be really, really dangerous. They are still chasing after Swiffer, though. We'll see whether they can find anything.
I don't think they're going to find much here. Little Red's going to have to back off. It's a little bit early as well, I feel, for either team to start pressuring this Baron, but a big shift in momentum has happened here. We saw the huge pushes from Immunity in top lane where they were really taking advantage of their early pressure, and it's starting to turn now. Keen, he's got 2 kills, he's got that Rod of Ages and those Sork boots. He can put down a bit more damage, and Little Wraith are defending pretty successfully now. Yeah,
he's really starting to get a little bit of damage into his kit. I mean, of course, he had before that just the Catalyst and the Tear, so no extra damage on this Kassadin, relying on his abilities scaling up as he levels in order to do a little bit more, but now has that Rod of Ages, that's going to be stacking up regardless of what happens just over time. And so look to see him like spiking on that damage when that thing comes through, because it's going to be really important for this Kassadin to start doing some damage in these fights.
So Swiffer in the bottom lane just farming up a Storm. And currently 126 CS, the highest in the game, just a little bit above Radiant.
Yeah, but a low CS game. I mean, it's 20 minutes in, and the highest being 126. I mean, this shows exactly how much focus there has been on objectives and on getting kills around this map, not necessarily farming it out.
And an interesting pickup for Swiffer as well in that middle lane. A Haunting Guise.
Yeah, wanting to go for that Leandri's Torment, so he wants to get that sustained damage. Of course, you get a lot of percentage health-based damage off that one as well, so it's going to work well against the pickup of the Rod of Ages on the side of Kian, as well as other things.
Hook on a Spooks, BHZ follows it, but a great repel going to break that aggro. BHZ just gets wrecked with that drive-by from Swiper from downtown. Shelby gets caught as well, Snare to follow. He will survive it in the beginning, but will he go down? Great three-man Shockwave, double kill for Swiper, and what a turn around in this fight. Immunity just cruise through it. They're going to get this mid tower now as well, but Keen looks like he wants to follow it up. Another kill for Swiper. Colo goes down as well. What a play from Immunity.
Swiffer does so much damage. He went back, finished off that Haunting Guise, and that Shockwave was immaculate. The Dragon's Descent being used for that ball delivery system, manages to get it down on 3, and so impressive play.
So impressive play. Losing words.
Yeah.
Oh, the fight goes on though. Repel from Spooks. Not going to be enough. He will go down. Tower finally falls. They pay for one. There's Nocturne. Finds it onto Radius. Shields come through as well as the Crucible, but Radius in big trouble. Can he find the kill? No, the fear comes through just in time. He will find it, and it's Keen that doesn't pick it up. It's actually Nocturne.
Yeah, Nocturne picking up that one. Nice pillar here to slow Rosie down as well. We could have a drawn-out fight.
Oh, can Colo get enraged? Shelby, way too over-aggressive there, gets caught out for his troubles. Colo gonna have to back out now. Snare will land. Can he get out of this one? Such a long CC. Swiffer gets hooked. BHZ goes in. Great play, but Keen is low on mana. Has to wait for those ultimate cooldowns, and BHZ finds another one. Swiper goes down. 2 for 3 right now. 3 for 3 by the end of that one. Very messy fight.
So messy. Swiper coming in, and again, it just gets ignored. And then Rosie and Swiffer go down. Rosie was landing so many amazing snares, so not having him's hard, but wow, look at this. Stars does not stand a chance, and he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time just then.
Yeah, 90 caliber net versus Dragon. Not going to be enough. Going to have to go for a high caliber next time.
I would definitely be going for about 350 caliber net if I was going to be netting away from that one. You're going to need a lot of power on that one to get away from a Dragon. Not going to be enough here for Stars, so he's going to go down, but wow, there's so much action in this game.
So, King going to pick up his blue buff here, and right as you say, there's a lot of action. There's a little bit of a lull. 22 minutes, and we're seeing, again, the reset of these teams. They just got to slow it down, regather, and move on. So what is next for these guys?
Well, I think they're going to be wanting to get a little bit more vision out here on the side of Immunity, definitely, because they've got one pink ward and one regular ward in the enemy base and in that river, so they're going to be wanting to try and just consolidate this game. They've been just playing so hard and so fast that they haven't been able to get their vision down and get really just sit back and take stock of the game. So I think now they've got to slow it down a little bit, get that vision where they need it, and then possibly pressure for a Baron, or just go straight down this mid lane where they've got an open inhibitor and pressure that one down as well, because they know that they're in the lead and they know that they can win a stand-up fight.
Oh, Hook just missing on Spooks. Don't know if they could have taken him out anyway. Immunity had the response to protect their Spider.
Yeah, and you've got Swiffer here in the bottom lane as well. Colo doesn't have his teleport available, so it's going to be a 4v4 if there is an engage, but having that shockwave in the fight is something that they definitely need on the side of Immunity, so they're going to be having a look at this Dragon, picking up that one as well. Just further increasing their gold lead, which is now at about 11,000, soon to be 12,000.
And the shockwaves from Swiffer, rather, as you mentioned, have been really spot on. We've
Absolutely
seen some great
amazing
ones.
Oh yeah, like that last shockwave when it was on top of Swiper, he just went in with that Dragon's Descent and got that 3-man shockwave. That turned that fight completely in IM's favor. He's just been really impressive with this Orianna play, and especially against a Kassadin at 23 minutes into the game where he's going to start doing some damage. Does have that Archangel Staff and the Rod of Ages as well, so he's really got the items that he wants.
Keen looking for something here. Colo's round the back. Culling comes through, and Radiant picks up a quick kill in that fight. Shelby going to go down as well. Immunity, nothing can stand between them and victory right here. Colo will go down, a double kill for Radia. That is 3 quick kills picked up by Immunity. They're going to get the inhibitor as well, and surely this is going to be the game.
Yeah, this is definitely the game here for Immunity, and what an incredible performance. Baiting out the Kassadin pick and then just playing so hard and not giving him that chance to really get into this game. Wow, incredible play, and they're going to be able to take down this Nexus.
It will go down. Spooks, not bothered as well by Keen. Repels up for the comical style, and that's going to be the series going over to Immunity. The first team to qualify into the round of 8, and the first team to qualify into Supernova, the round of 4.
Yeah, so it's going to be Immunity as our top seed going into Supernova. Incredible, immaculate play from that game. I mean, they read the fact that there was going to be a lane swap, and then just pressured accordingly, got that Dragon. They had the Elise, of course, so they have so much easy early Dragon pressure, and just from there, they had control of that game. So, amazing work, and I really enjoyed watching it.
And Swiffer's Orianna, man.
Oh, those shockwaves. I mean, that last one wasn't necessarily the most incredible, but they'd already got 2 kills at that point, so you can just use it on a Trundle to get him out of this game, and whoa. I would want to ban an Orianna against Swiffer after that performance. That was incredible.
Yeah, his shockwaves bounced those fights around a lot.
Oh yeah, they certainly did.
All right, so that's the series, though, going over to Immunity. We're going to have Frenetic Array taking on NV coming up next, guys, so don't go anywhere. 2 games tonight from both of these groups. Group B is coming up next, guys. Join us in a moment. We'll be right back.
My summoner name is Swiper. I play top lane for Team Immunity. I thought my performance last year was pretty good overall, especially with the team as well. We played really consistently. I think at wildcard tournament we played good, but not as good as we wanted to. With the new lineup, I feel like we're a lot stronger, and at the OCG we sort of showed that against CJ Blaze and stuff like that. This season we're worried about a lot more teams than we have previously, because every team's improving a lot, and yeah, it's just going to be a tougher competition this year. I like to watch Korean VODs and pretty much the OGN. That's where I learned almost everything. I like to follow Flame. Flame is pretty much my king. That's who I praise. So I almost copy everything that he does. Playing against Flame at WCG was definitely an amazing experience. I haven't experienced anything like that before, and yeah, I just wish I could do that again one day. Versing Flame, it showed like how little, I put myself against them sort of top laners, so there's a lot I need to learn, and yeah, just gonna focus on that.
Okay. My performance though. Sorry, I'll let you.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, guys, to the Riot Autumn Regionals Round of 8. I'm Place, this is Atlas, and we just saw Team Immunity as the first team to qualify into Supernova over Little Wraith. Little Wraith still have another shot to qualify as well, but we're into Group B now. Let's take a look at the overview real quick.
Yeah, of course, both of these teams from Group B, Frenetic Array and Team NV, that both qualified through Go for LOL, actually, and it's now their turn to try and get the first person into this into Supernova to take on Immunity and the potential 2 other people to come through afterwards as well. So it's going to be really exciting. And these games, of course, as well, being so close in the seeding as well. I mean, no one can call who's going to be coming out ahead again out of both of these really, really strong teams.
And a lot of people are kind of expecting this to be the closest matchup of the regionals so far.
I think so too.
They were the first and second teams to qualify in after Team Immunity, the defending champions. And, you know, that's big because those two Go-For-Lols were probably the biggest qualifiers. They had the most teams participating because they were so early on in the series back in early February. And so, you know, this one's going to be a huge matchup.
Yeah, and these are both really strong teams that are strong for different reasons as well. I mean, the strength you'd think for Frenetic Array would be that uber bottom lane where they're just so strong. They just have the synergy because they're brothers, or maybe not because they're brothers, they just have really good synergy. They've just been really formidable, and Radius said it himself. I mean, he's scared of that uber bottom lane coming out of Frenetic Array. Whereas on the side of NV, it's the Heaven's Curse show.
Yeah.
I mean, he is so powerful in that middle lane. The rest of his team just tend to hop on his back, and he just wrecks through everything. So they have slightly different strengths, and we'll see who's going to be playing to them.
Yeah, and I'm just really excited to see the featured matchup. I was about to mention it, and I get it. That's great. Rippy and Mattress, the junglers. Rippy, what a king. Look at that. A Warwick as well in his last 3 played. 2 Udias. He got 2 Udia games as well in his first round here at the regionals where they won, and phenomenal stats there. 12 assists is incredible for him.
Yeah, the KDAs on both of these guys are also really similar. So many assists coming out. So Mattress and Rippy both just really concentrating on helping their teams get ahead. And Mattress as well, I mean, he's been playing heaps of these engaged junglers and early game power junglers as well. So you've got the likes of Pantheon where you just jump in from the sky, and you can also get a lot of early ganks off with that stun as well. So really powerful. And Mattress has been playing this game for so long as well. He just knows everything.
And I guess all of the plays really from these teams are kind of like that as well. Heaven's Curse has been on so many great teams as well in his history, been around forever. And of course, Frenetic Array, one of the oldest teams here, formerly known as many different names. Riot Gaming they've come from as well. Not the actual Riot Games, but they had a team called that.
One,
And, you know, Frenetic Array for a long time has been considered top 2. But we're into the picks and bans. Let's do it here. Greg is the first ban there, taking it away from Heaven's Curse.
Yep, Heaven's not being given that one where he's so incredibly strong. With that being said, he's not going to worry too much because Heaven's Curse can play pretty much anything. I mean, he was known for playing Corki in that middle lane. I mean, as we were talking about, Little Dopper slash Kian as well, played a little bit of that one, but Heaven's Curse refused to play anything else for a little while there.
Yeah, and the Udia ban, taking that away from Rippies. There won't be too many Rippies raised this game, but we'll see. He played Warwick, he's played a lot of Olaf and Elise as well. He's got some great champions in his pool to pick from here, but we'll see what he goes for.
And YSC not actually banning out that Udia once in their matchup. Rippy getting
which was last week.
Yeah, which was last week, of course. So able to get that Udia twice. We'll see whether Rippy can really influence the game as much as he did in both of those, as much without having his staple champion on his side.
So, Elise ban, Kastanen ban, kind of expecting these interested for the last ban here for Frenetic Array. I feel like they need to ban another champion against Heaven's Curse here.
Yeah, that being said, it's very difficult to ban out Heaven's Curse. Maybe what they want to do is focus in the jungle here, potentially take away that the Vi or even the Lee Sin from these guys. I mean, Mattress has been playing a lot of that Wukong Vi. I mean, getting those really strong ultimates off just so they can pick people off. I mean, that could be an option. And Pantheon coming down, really fearing his early jungle pressure.
And taking that away from Mattress is really important. I mean, you mentioned it as well when we saw the featured matchup. Mattress, such an engaged champion player there. Loves to get into the fights, loves the early game junglers, so good respect, Ben.
Yeah, and we'll see what comes out last. I mean, the Lulu is still available and is something that's definitely first pickable, but they're going to take away the Nidalee here. Kenzie not going to be able to have that one, and that's an interesting choice.
I don't feel like Kenzie would have been going for a Nidalee here. So far in the regionals, it hasn't really worked out. The lack of wave clear has been a big issue for the teams generally, and we haven't seen the Nidalee and the Lucian combo once yet, so it's kind of interesting. But again, banning that against Kenzie at least is important because Kenzie loves that champion. Just might not have gone for it. Pekka Coco, he's got to lock in his favorite champion.
Yeah, you're going to pick up that Renekton whenever he's available. Just really strong in the earlier stages of this game. And to have that LeBlanc as well just shows that NV wants to be putting the pressure on straight away. And Heaven's Curse, wow, seeing him on that LeBlanc as well is so scary. One thing I'd like to mention, though, is that Frenetic Array do have the capability of now picking up the Shyvana and the Sivir. And which combo just so well with that Lulu. So we'll see whether they decide to go for that or whether they maybe have a different trick up their sleeve.
I think that's what it's going to be. The Shyvana might be the next pickup as well. They've played it in the past a lot, and the Shyvana, a pretty good matchup for the Renekton as well. Just kind of creates that top lane island that works for him anyway.
And Renekton going to be a little bit stronger than that Shyvana in the top lane for the first about 9 levels or something, but after that is really going to be able to go toe-to-toe. They want to lock in this Thresh, though.
Okay.
And that's the decision. So going to leave Shyvana, and they don't need to pick that one too early because the top lane has already been picked up here by NV, unless Mattress wants to play them in the jungle.
So this means we have a mid Lulu, the first of the round of 8 as well.
Oh yeah, true, finally. I mean, a look back at the qualifiers where we had so many Lulus being played here, and I think, I'm not sure whether Kensty was one of the ones that played it, but he is going to be the first one to pick that one up here in the round of 8. So I'm excited to see how that works out for these guys when we've been seeing so much of this Lulu in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and the thing is, Frey haven't played for so long in the scene because they qualified so early. They've been using that time to scrim and practice and create strategies for this round of 8 that whatever they're going to be pulling out here, looking a bit obvious right now with the Sivir and the Lulu, it's going to be at least new because Envy won't have researched how Frenetic Array play it on an individual level.
Yeah, that's true. I really like the Morgana pickup. Morgana's so strong in that bottom lane as well, and First Mate looking to opt for the Caitlyn here as well. So for a little bit of safety there in the bottom lane, I mean, the Piltover Peacemakers can be spell shielded out here by Sivir as well, so going to be okay, and I do like the hard engage potential here.
Okay.
By Little Uber Giant and just the Uber bot lane in general, because once Sivir does get into that range, she can do a lot of damage with that Ricochet and, of course, that Boomerang Blade as well. So we'll see whether they actually go head-to-head, or we might be seeing some crazy lane swaps as well, like we did from Little Wraith.
And it was Little Wraith just before that opted out of that 2v2 when it was a Thresh and a Morgana facing off. So they swapped it around and sent their Thresh Sivir to the top, or it was a Thresh Lucian rather, but I'm interested to see what Frenetic Array decide to do with this one. The Thresh notoriously hard to I guess, work in that bottom lane against the Morgana. Have to bait out that Black Shield a little bit.
Although if you do land the Death Sentence, you do have the option of following it up. You're just not going to stop them from moving around.
That's
so
true,
you can actually get in there and try and get some things off, but the Flay isn't going to work out because it's not going to do quite as much damage. That being said, wow, I have to stop anything that I'm saying. And Amumu has just been locked in. This is so exciting. We haven't seen the Sad Mummy for ages.
Well, actually, it's Rippy that was one of the guys that has played it most recently. Played it in GoFloor where he qualified in GoFloor number 34. Such a long time ago. It was early February, but he's locked it in here, and this is going to be interesting. A lot of champions, though, that are going to be hard to lock down with that Curse of the Sand Mummy, I feel.
Well, the thing is that I really, really like is the fact that we've got this mega mobility threesome coming out from Lulu, Sivir, and Shyvana. You've got that Burnout Whimsy combination here available. And you put that on top of an Amumu, and especially when you've got the mid lane Lulu, which is going to have so much more scaling potential with that Whimsy. You can get up to massive amounts of movement speed. That means that we've got Rippy, who can just rip around and manage to get that Curse of the Sad Mummy exactly where he wants to really, really quickly. So it's going to be interesting to see whether it works out. Honestly, I haven't seen Amumu in so long, apart from, I think it was Edward's support Amumu, which was recently. That one didn't do quite what we were expecting.
What at least he expected.
Yeah.
But we've got Mattress playing Wukong here. It was in his last 3 champions played, which was from where NV qualified in GoFloor number 35. And these guys are going to be going toe-to-toe in the jungle. Both of the junglers looking for that level 6. Adds an extra degree of, I guess, complexity to that matchup.
Yeah, it really does. And with Lee Sin available, I'm not sure whether this Wukong pick was necessarily the best, because both Wukong and Amumu really want to get to that level 6 point, but Amumu is so counter-junglerable, if that's a word.
Counter-junglerable, yeah.
It came out right, but it was such a cacophony of letters that I just didn't really quite realize. But if you had gone for that Lee Sin, I mean, that way you can scoot around in the enemy jungle and just try and annoy Amumu to the point where he just can't get anything done. And I mean, Wukong doesn't necessarily have quite as much of that opportunity, but we'll see what Mattress can do on the Wukong instead, because Amumu's weakness is that early game. But if he manages to get through the early game, get to that late stage, I mean, he just has so much tank ability, and that CC that you get with Curse of the Sad Mummy and that Bandage Toss as well is just so massive.
And I think even though Mattress is on that Wukong, though, we look at LeBlanc from Heaven's Curse.
Oh, that's true.
This guy loves to roam into your jungle, camp in a bush for a couple minutes, try and catch you out. We saw it work out fantastically for him earlier on in the week when they played, and I would be expecting Heaven's Curse to be doing that as well. Once he's hit that level 6, has the ultimate, probably going to be trying to get in the face of Rippy.
Yeah, and you've also got Delta Freeze on this side as well, so he has that Black Shield available, so that if Rippy does land that Bandage Toss or gets into a position where he possibly could, that Black Shield's going to be there, and Rippy's not going to be able to get into the right position so easily. So I really, really like the Morgana pickup. We'll just have to see whether it all works out, because a lot of these things rely on skill shots and rely on really good timing by these players.
Yeah, okay, so a trend we saw last time in Oceania when we saw that AP Lulu mid was back at the Challenger qualifiers and the tail end of the ACL qualifiers as well. Teams were picking that one up almost every single game when it wasn't banned. But one thing we did notice was that the AP Lulu wasn't providing as much damage as the teams were necessarily looking for.
Yeah, that's really true. And if you have a look on the side of Frenetic Array, I mean, they've got the Amumu, not necessarily known for doing that much damage, but does have a fair bit of sustained damage. And Uber Giant's Bro on this Sivir as well, not having the range, you have to get fairly in close, which gets you a little bit too close for comfort on this Heaven's Curse. So if they manage to get rid of Uber Giant's Bro early on in these fights, there's not going to be all that much damage to follow it up, but they're going to have so much CC and lockdown. I mean, you've got Wild Growth, you've got Curse of the Sad Mummy, you've got Dragon's Descent as well. If they can keep Uber Giant's Bro alive, then they're going to do really, really well, and they have a lot of peel for him as well.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing to take out of a Lulu mid is that utility, the extra CC she offers. So while she will lack a little bit of damage compared to, say, the LeBlanc, she's going to offer so much utility that Uber Giant's Bro, the AD carry for Frenetic Array, is going to have that extra survivability. But I think the big thing is JK Smithy, top lane Shyvana. He's going to need to build that Blade of the Ruin King first.
I was just about to say that, Place. Fantastic that you mentioned it. I mean, he's really got to have that damage in these fights to really put his mark on it as well. Can't just go for that full tank Shyvana, which we've heard so much good things about, because they don't necessarily have enough follow-up damage on top of that to really complement it. It's going to be hard for him against Pekka Coco in this top lane to try and get enough money for that early.
Yeah.
But hopefully he can get it, and he can get a lot more defensive statistics from that Wild Growth as well, so that when he does Dragon Descent in, he has that extra health pool as well. So we'll see what happens. And also you've got like the shields coming out from Kensti as well. So we're looking to see this JK Smithy, this massive dragon, doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and JK Smithy, he played Aurelia earlier on as well and did fantastically. So this guy has a very deep champion pool. Shyvana, part of that, obviously, one of the more common ones though. But I would expect him to be pulling some big numbers in this top lane.
Yeah, I think we're looking at him to really try and carry along this game. I mean, it isn't an island a little bit here in the top lane. It is sort of a place where you're just going to have these guys just battling it out, wet noodle fight for quite some time. But when he is able to get in on these engagements and these team fights, I mean, that's when things are really going to look up for Frenetic Array.
Yeah, not much of an island, more a holiday island that sometimes has a cruise ship blast past.
Oh, man.
And that's the team fight. They all stop over for a bit, hash it out, and then jump back on, sail away. So maybe that's what we'll see for JK Smithy up in that top lane with Pekka Coco. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm just really wishing that there was a pool party Renekton skin involved here for that analogy, but unfortunately not going to be the case.
Pekka Coco's name sounds pretty, I guess,
it's sort of
exotic, so maybe that fits in.
Yeah, it sounds like a cocktail or something like that.
Sounds like a bird.
Really?
Pekka Coco.
Yeah. Sounds like an extinct bird.
Oh,
you know, the legendary Pekka Coco.
Maybe. He's the only one left.
I don't know. I think that's a dodo that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, it is.
I think things have got a little bit lost.
How did we get here, Atlas, is the question. Tell me.
I'm so excited for this game. I mean, I don't really care where we were talking about exotic birds because I'm just excited for this matchup. NV versus Frenetic Array, and we're almost into this game. Man, I'm just so ready.
And the first AP Lulu of Oceania. I feel like it's taken way too long to get here, but the meta has kind of shifted. So I'm interested to see what Kensi decides to do this with this pickup against that LeBlanc as well. But game one's coming up in a moment. Pretty hyped here. Morgana's loading a little bit slowly there. Delta freeze. Maybe his computer.
Delta freeze has had a Delta freeze.
Just kidding. There we go. Game's coming up. Let's do it. We are onto the Rift now, and NV going head-to-head with Frenetic Array here. One of these teams will join Immunity in the round of 4 at Supernova on the Gold Coast. Can't want more than that.
Yeah, absolutely not here. Place Frenetic Array here on the blue side, and of course our red side being Team NV. And Frenetic Array actually posturing for potentially some sort of invade situation.
So we can add them to the list of teams that have tried something interesting in the level 1, alongside Little Wraith and YSC. It's like the Hall of Fame of level 1 engages.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of an Uber backing here. They're going to be trying to get back down into this bottom lane before any action has started. And Rippy going to be posturing around this blue buff as well. And I really like the defensive start here by Frenetic Array because a lot of people really like to invade an Amumu early, as we were talking about before. And taking away his blue buff is massive. If Amumu doesn't have blue buff for his first clear, he isn't going to be able to keep that tantrum going throughout this stuff, and the despair as well. So not going to be able to really clear his jungle fast enough, going to run out of mana way too quickly and fall behind, which is just really, really hard for an Amumu to deal with.
Yeah, so pretty simple stuff for these guys. We're seeing an invade actually here for Mattress, and let's see what he decides to pull off.
Oh, they've just got this ward down as well on the side of Frenetic Array, so they're going to be able to see when Rippy is going to be at his red buff, and he's going to be very, very vulnerable at that stage. We'll see whether Mattress decides to go around to that red buff and possibly have a Heaven's Curse there as well in order to really get the pain down on top of Rippy.
And we'll see if Mattress goes for it as well. If he does, Rippy will be able to see the entrance of Mattress if he goes around the bottom side of that red buff, because they've got a ward down already, but Mattress's path here might mean he's hidden.
Yeah, that is a trinket ward though, so they might actually die in the time that it actually comes to get there, but nope, Mattress is going to be able to be seen there.
I wonder if he got... oh, okay.
So he jumped over the wall. Seen now, yeah.
Yeah, he jumped over the wall, may have had a moment of hope, I guess, but he gets seen.
Oh, the Uber bot lane is now going to be finding Mattress here, though. This could be very scary. No, he is managing to smite that one away, and flashes early. Really smart work there.
Yeah, sees Kensti, and this way as well, I mean, it's an early flash, but he takes no extra damage, so when it comes to his jungle path, he doesn't get slowed down, but all members actually for Frenetic Array do, because you've got Rippy, loses his red buff. Both bottom laners for Frenetic Array had to move over and miss some CS, same as Kensti as well, so overall, Match was really successful with that engage.
Yeah, and knowing that he really had to flash there was so difficult, because he didn't see where Rippy was, he didn't see that where Kensti was necessarily, he knew that he wasn't in his lane, which was enough information for him just to make the decision to flash really, really early, which survived him. Oh, the hook lands in the bottom lane, but no follow.
That's actually a really good point, that he didn't have vision of two of those movements by Frenetic Array, so...
Yeah, and still managing to intelligently flash. I mean, we have the benefit of spectator mode here. He didn't, but it looked like he did at that stage.
So, Kensti, a little bit low on health in that middle lane, but farming fairly well right here, up about 2 CS. Not much to call home about.
Yeah, but Pekka Coco doing amazing work in this top lane. Now 9 CS ahead, double the CS of Smithy, and managing to get a lot of harass down on that Shyvana.
So, this bottom lane did go toe-to-toe here. We got the 2v2, as we possibly expected here. And Thresh against this Morgana. How's this one going to unfold for us?
Well, having that black shield is massive against this Thresh. If Thresh can get onto the target that doesn't get black shielded, though, he's still going to be the Thresh that we know and love. Still going to be able to get a lot of damage down, and also Uber Giantsbro are going to be able to have that Boomerang Blade in the right spot in order to do a lot of damage. That being said, this Sivir pick is picked mostly for teamfight potential. I mean, you're not... Oh, wow, in the mid lane.
Kensti going to take a lot of damage, will go down. Chains picks it up for Heavens. Great first blood there for NV.
That was just perfect play. They just managed to get the gank down, and no flash burnt there from Kensti either. He knew that he was definitely going to be dead, and did you see the amount of damage that came down on the side of Mattress as well?
Yeah, and a little bit unfortunate for Kensti as well. Didn't use his trinket. He had a ward on the top side of his lane. Should have used his trinket on the bottom side. Would have seen that gank coming, but unfortunately didn't have that opportunity to get down and use it. Frenetic Array, bot lane going in. The Uber's going to war right here. Will they find kills? Not quite. Just a bit of harass. Little Uber takes a lot for it, though.
Yeah, that engage actually going back in the favor of NV, even though Little Uber went incredibly far with that death sentence. Looked really flashy, but not exactly netting them the result that they wanted.
And that's a great example as well, like you mentioned, of the Black Shield not stopping the death sentence, but rather just not pulling them in.
There's another one.
Follow it. Delta Freeze, good Black Shield, good discipline as well from Little Uber not to follow it.
Yeah, nice decision making there. The Black Shield coming through a little bit late, so not really doing much. And it has a long cooldown, so if the Frenetic Array bottom lane can bait them out like this, they can wait for the duration to go over and then understand that that's their time to go in. That's really going to be the point that they really want to get these fights going on. But having that first blood on Heaven's Curse, I know we're going back a little bit here, is a real big deal, because we were talking about how massive he can get in these games.
And we saw from Immunity how strong that LeBlanc pick can be here. And Heaven's Curse used to be Immunity's mid laner here, so he has the skills and the mechanics to go along with this pick. So I would expect big things from him here. And if I was Kensty, a little bit scared. Rippy, not going to be able to help him too much. We've got a gank in the middle lane as well. Not quite, there's going to be a pause first.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause before the gank comes through. But we'll see whether Rippy actually starts to move around this map, because that's going to be the thing. And when we finally get a level 6 of Mumu over here, I mean, that's going to be the big moment when Frenetic Array really start getting into this game. But so far, Envy have had a really good start. Not sure whether it's the start that they necessarily need, because the potential late game on the side of Frenetic Array is huge. And we all know just how good they are in these teamfight situations. They just have so much focus and so much coordination in these fights. Yeah,
Frenetic Array, one of those older teams in the scene that really, I guess, display their experience.
Yeah, they really
when it comes to those team fights. And that's I think you're right. That's where they'll pull ahead.
Yeah, and they displayed that against your Soulshell Chuffer as well, who are known for having these team fight wombo combo comps. You know, the ones where they have all of these big ultimates that are just fantastic. But Frenetic Array came out ahead against those guys just with impeccable control and focus in those team fights that was started by your Soulshell Chuffer. And the comps that they built were based on that situation.
So, in this game, 0-1. Pretty slow start, actually. 6 minutes on the dot again. Second time we've had a pause on the dot. Fun fact there for anybody that didn't care. But what are we expecting as this game progresses?
Well, I think it's just going to be more ganking and party time here for Heaven's Curse in the mid lane and Mattress. I think they're the ones that are going to be making the plays around this map. Heaven's Curse, of course, loves to roam, loves to try and get ahead and get his team ahead as well. As we were saying before, I mean, it's the bottom lane focus here for Frenetic Array. I mean, they're fantastic. Of course, Rippy and JK Smithy and everybody else on the team is also really, really good. And Kensty as well. I mean, he was the only name I didn't say. Kensty was great as well. But this bottom lane, it's really, they're the all-stars on this team. And Heaven's Curse are the all-stars on the other team. So,
yeah. And I mean, Immunity, the first team to qualify into Supernova, as we just saw, I think it was Radius said in his team write-up that the bottom lane that he feared the most was the Uber bot lane from Frenetic Arrays. So Envy probably know this as well going into this. It's going to be a hard bottom lane for him. And so far, they've picked quite well going into it and building probably an early lead. They're even on CS so far, but that's probably going to change.
Yeah, their picks are fantastic, though, on the side of Envy. I mean, it's the perfect combination of champions to go against what was picked up here by Frenetic Array. I mean, that Siv's so good in the team fights, but having this Morgana for that Black Shield against the Thresh, as we've already seen, has been fantastic.
Alrighty, so this pause taking a little bit longer than expected, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment. This game's still going on.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer. Life comes to games like never.
All right, so we're back, but the game is still paused. So we're just going to fill a little bit of time here. And an interesting topic to start off with is, let's take a look at how Frenetic Array have moved through the brackets so far. They're Group B. How did they start off their entry into the round of 8?
Well, you've put me on the spot here a bit. They definitely did qualify through. Oh, there it is. We've got the little thing just to let us know exactly what happened. They, of course, beat out your Soulshell Chuffer, which is what we were discussing before. I mean, the fact that your Soulshell Chuffer, fantastic team-fighting team, but Frenetic Array really coming out ahead in that matchup. And now they're against Team NV, who were against, of course, Eviscerate.
Yeah.
And they've managed to take them down and will be facing off against, of course...
well, if they win this, they'll be...
It hasn't actually been found out yet. I'm like, oh no, I haven't done my research, but wait, it hasn't actually happened yet.
But, of course, I think Eviscerate were an interesting one that Team NV beat to get here, because Eviscerate started off a little bit weak as they entered the regionals. They had a sub for their AD carry. They had Castro come in instead of Will2G, and they didn't really have a good display in their first couple games, which is unfortunate for them because they were a strong team qualifying from CG. But up against NV in their second match of the regionals, which was earlier this week, they had their full lineup, and so we were expecting some big stuff from EV, and we were expecting the game to be quite close, but NV really stepped it up for those matches. Great research, great champion picks, and they came out with a fantastic 2-0 win, putting them into this match for Frenetic Array to qualify if they can take this one out as well. So I guess the results from both of the teams to get into this matchup have been quite impressive.
Yeah, that's really true, and it's really been a showing of what we've been talking about as well as far as where their strengths lie. Yeah. Because Heaven's Curse did so well in those games against EV, and of course the bottom lane of Little Uber Giant and Little Uber, and Uber Giants, bro, sorry.
It's quite confusing.
It's just been fantastic to watch as well. I mean, despite the fact that their names are so difficult to pronounce correctly when you're talking about them both at the same time, when they're in this game, they're just a pleasure to watch, even if you are forced to read out the names.
And I mean, their real last name, and I hope I don't butcher this because it's not English, but it's Uber Gang, and I just, if that's right, it's pretty sick, I gotta say.
And the fact that Uber is in fact their other brother and is a sub for Frenetic Array as well. So there's 3 in this Uber gang that's on Frenetic Array.
Rumor
as well.
has it that once this tri-bot lane ends up happening one day, they'll bring him onto the team and they'll have 3 men down there, all from the same family.
Yeah, like a blitzed Maokai bot lane or something like that.
I don't know how Maokai got in there. I thought he was still in the jungle.
No, he's just always there. I mean, look at all these trees. I mean, there's trees everywhere. Yeah,
well, the audience can't see the trees, Atlas. Now you're just trolling them.
Oh yeah, sorry. They are here on the map, guys. Don't be too worried. I'm looking at them right now. Promise you.
They get a bit cold in winter when the winter map comes out.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, I'm looking forward to that again.
I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, it might.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
We're 9 minutes into this pause, guys, so going on here, it is actually the Ubers who are having a bit of internet trouble, and they're at the same house as well, so it makes sense that both of them are having that. So hopefully they can resolve it quickly, and yeah. I guess we're going to have to go to another short break again because, you know, until this is resolved, there's not going to be much more hype from us. Alrighty, guys, so we're back here. Pause is still going on. We're about 13 or 12 and a half minutes into this one, so we're battling away like everyone else.
We're absolutely trying, and the thing that I'm going to do now is I'm going to quickly set up a little bit of a time just to make sure that we're going to be able to get straight back into this match as soon as possible, as soon as this... just potentially, because we have heard in the wind that there has perhaps been a little bit of a reconnect 3 minutes down the track.
Legend has it.
Legend
game
has
somewhere.
it, absolutely.
Well, that's pretty much how things go. I mean, the pauses, you got to deal with them. They happen in Oceania. They happen everywhere. But, you know, you trek through them. And another random talking point again here. So
put me on the spot again, please. Let's do it.
It's going to be great. So we talked about NV and how they qualified. Let's look at Frenetic Array and some of their recent competitive history. Do you want me to start it off?
Weren't we talking about Frenetic Array before?
We talked about NV to start with.
Oh, did we? Because I just went on a tangent about Frenetic
both.
Array, about their amazing teamfight capabilities and the fact that they took down your Soulshard Chuffer after, of course, qualifying through that Go for LOL. Both of these teams actually qualifying through that particular avenue as well, which is interesting to say because, I mean, they probably faced each other a lot in those competitions.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the most recent, or I guess not recent, but older times that they met was Cybergamer Premier League back in November of last year, kind of where a lot of the teams at the regionals really started to lock in their rosters. Frenetic Array had just picked up Rippy. He'd been having fantastic results in Go for LOL.
Oh, yeah,
and it was kind of,
Rippies.
he was like a freshman out of the solo queue college, I guess you could say.
The solo queue college, beautiful.
And by now, he was already really into that Udia. He was playing fantastically, and Frenetic Array ended up coming top 2 in that event, up against Immunity in the finals. And NV, back in that time, had a very different roster. They had 3 different members, and they didn't really have a great showing, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, but they did actually change people around. I mean, they got a few different players in. I mean, Mattress wasn't there as well. I mean, I'm going back, of course, to ACL Sydney, where their lineup was basically completely different. Of course, not having First Mate in that AD carry position at all. Delta Freeze not quite there. But I think we're going to be moving on and potentially into a different thing right now.
Yeah, another quick break. Don't go anywhere, guys.
beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer. Life comes to games like never before.
My silver name is JK Smithy and I play top lane for Frenetic Array. In Season 3 we played the Oceanic qualifiers and we lost early. We did due to a lack of preparation for the event and short notice. This season we've gotten a couple new players. For the most part the core lineups remain the same for the past almost 2 years. But these new players show a lot of motivation and good communication in game that have steadied our results. We're playing a lot more consistently than we used to. I'm not too worried about our performance this year because we've been performing well for the past 2 months, a lot more consistently. We've only had a couple of losses and after each of these we analyze what happened and we've been moving forward from these. The goal for the season is definitely to qualify for the International Wildcard event and with the potential to go to Worlds, basically be the Oceanic champions. Our main competitors would definitely be Team Little Wraith and Team Immunity. Team Immunity have a pretty good record against us, but it's a lot more even against Team Little Wraith.
Alright guys, so a quick update. We are now 29, or not quite 29, we're 19 minutes into the pause. So these guys battling it out, both teams having internet issues unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems like a bad night for internet, of course. I've just received a message, of course, from my lady friend, and her internet's died as well. It seems like internet just isn't something that's working out too well at this point, and unfortunately, it's been affecting our players as well. So hopefully everything's going to be fine. I mean, we don't have very much time left on this pause either. So if that does actually run out, I mean, there's going to have to be some sort of decisions made and whether or not we're going to carry out this game anyway. We do have a lot of things coming up with people reconnecting and disconnecting, so we'll see whether anything does actually happen. We just really wanted to talk to you guys and just make sure you were still in the loop because we really want these games to be underway and we know that you guys do too.
Alrighty, so random talking point again here. YSC, another team here at the regionals.
Oh, one of my favorites.
I know. I think it's a lot of people's favorite, and they're slowly growing. We saw them really start to take the scene by storm in probably around January of this year. They started playing a lot of the Go Floors, had some great results with Frenetic Array as well, always kind of meddling around for that top 1 or 2 position there in the monthlies. And, you know, from there, they've really grown into a great team. I mean, in ACL, where they qualified, they had some... Was it ACL?
Yes.
Yeah, it was. It was ACL. Second day. Kind of confuses it because it was on the same day as Challenger.
Yeah, it was on the same day as Challenger, actually, right in the morning. A lot of you guys probably missed out on that one, unfortunately.
But yeah, they were pulling off some sick team comps. So let's go through that a bit.
Yeah, they really, really were. Running this these real, like, sustained damage, massive ultimate team comps, which is interesting, but things like Cyclone, of course, which is like a massive ultimate that goes on for quite some time. The Equalizer as well, coming out from Rumble. And having Swain with that Ravenous Flock, Swain being just such a massive pick here by Little Cutie Cheeseroni. He has such a cool name, picks such cool champions. I mean, I love that guy. He just picks so well, and it's just so exciting to see. And then Denian, of course, on his Ashe as well. And now that he's been picking up things like Lucian and Siva, he has that culling to bring into these fights, which is a lot of sustained damage from a long distance away. And Siva with the On the Hunt. And they showed these incredible movement speed team comps as well. So they're really good at formulating their players together and getting these ultimates down the right spots and really utilizing them well.
Yeah, not really a single word can sum up the kind of stuff that they were doing.
I know, I just had to rant along so much just because there's so many things that they do.
I mean, we look at Immunity, we'll be like, okay, poke comps, objective focused team play, easy.
Yeah.
Look at Immunity, and you're like, big team comps, assassination, done.
Yeah.
You look at YSC, and you're like, well... They've kind of just thrown champs in the air and just picked them out and then put it together, and it somehow works for them.
Yeah, it seems to go around the fact that we have Little Cutie Cheeseroni who's just so good at Swain, and they're like, well, let's just make team comps around Swain. Yeah, what does he do well? Sustain damage and keeping alive, using that Zhonya's in amazing ways. He actually engages team fights as well with that Never Move, flashes forward, gets that Ravenous Flock, and then Zhonya's, still does heaps of damage, heals himself up, often under towers as well. I mean, he's just such a monster.
And the only other guy that plays Swain in this region is Pempty from SYF. Yeah. They're not here at the regionals, but they were another team that had a really good shot at qualifying later on.
Optic Snipers were the ones that I think upset them.
No.
Oh, wasn't it?
I don't think so. I can't even remember. It was so long ago here, and I'm just thinking about this game.
I think SYF played against Avant-Garde Redemption.
Yeah, that would have been
and they got knocked out by them. And it was Optic Snipers that took down Southern Burst Gaming to find their spot in the final of that particular matchup.
So, we're still on this pause. 7 minutes 50 is on the clock until it auto-resumes.
Yeah, we're really getting low on this timer.
We're approaching that cliff that just has a dark ending.
The dark
where it's
void.
going to go. So, we'll go to another short break, guys. Hopefully, we'll be right back. All right, guys, so a little bit more bad news, and I hate to have to deliver this one, but of course the game wasn't able to be concluded. Of course, they ran out of pause time. It's been a half an hour pause already, and so the game will be rescheduled, and I guess we'll have to find out later on if it will be casted or if it won't be or when it will be, whatever. There'll be a write-up about that one most likely, so unfortunately, we don't know who's going to be joining Immunity in the round of 4 just yet out of Frenetic Array and Team NV. Both teams were having a lot of connection issues.
Yeah, thankfully it's both of these teams as well, so we are going to be able to actually see a competition out of these guys. It's not going to be one team forfeiting. So we are actually going to have a full reschedule of this match, and we'll be able to bring it to you potentially in the future sometime.
But, I mean, we can at least have some golden news. We saw Immunity against Little Wraith in a fantastic best of 3. Immunity took a 2-0 and qualified into Supernova. So if you didn't catch us for those games, you can watch the VODs. They'll be right up after we finish here today. And you can see how that one unfolded. It was fantastic matches.
Yeah, it really was. And one thing I really like to talk about Envy and Frenetic Array as well is that what we saw from the early game, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. I'm just really happy that it's going to be actually played and it's not just one team that really has to forfeit. So we're still going to be able to see this matchup, so not all bad news.
So I guess that wraps us up here for the Riot round of 8. Or for this night, I guess, of the broadcast. On behalf of myself, Atlas, the broadcast crew, and everyone else involved, thanks for watching, and join us next Monday for the rest of the games.